It's a Wednesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
How's it going, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
First of all, let's WD-40 that thing when we get a chance.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sounds like a screen door.
I don't know what to do about it.
So it's Kimmy. If you're not much on the live stream, every time Kimmy moves her microphone,
I
she's
can't touch it.
well, give me an example. That's Kimmy's microphone handle. Like, we can move ours, no big deal.
Yeah.
For whatever reason. Kimmy, It's 61 degrees right now. We're going to be getting to around 68. It's a little drizzly right now. The rain should taper off in the next hour.
All right.
But it will be cloudy for the rest of the day.
So warm.
Yeah. All right, today's already all thrown off.
Why? What happened?
So this show's going to suck. I'm sorry, right out of the gate. We're very regimented show.
Oh, yeah.
And it works like this. I get here at 3:15-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Kimmy gets here at, well, actually, you've been beating Kimmy lately.
Yeah.
You walk in right at 5. Kimmy walks in at 10 after 5. So I'm sitting here typing away, Like 4:30,
Yeah, it was a little after 4:30.
Kimmy scares the hell out of me. She walks in the door. But
I knew I was going to scare you, too.
Gee, well, how about making a little noise before you came around
I
the
was
corner?
trying, walking very loudly.
Her husband says the same thing. Give me a warning.
So she walks in like Charlie Brown,
Yeah.
shoulders down.
I felt
head
very
down.
defeated.
So you were dragging.
I was dragging.
Well, I thought something was seriously
Well,
wrong.
No, I just my normal coffee routine was off. And if you go to work this early, you know how hard it is to come by if you don't have your home coffee. And I don't have my home coffee, so I went to try to get some coffee, and no luck.
So you said you even looked up when the place opened?
Yeah, it said it opened at 4:30, but I think that's a lie. I mean, I did get there a couple minutes after 4:30, so maybe they just weren't ready yet. I don't know.
So
I gave up.
So we did the standard Uber Eats
Yeah.
Dunkin' order this morning, which, by the way, can we talk about that real quick?
Sure.
If you're a longtime listener to the show, you know that's become a point of contention on this show because every once in a while, Tommy will forget his coffee, and then to make sure that everybody survives the day, because you are a coffee addict,
Junkie.
we have to find a way to get you coffee, like you're, Peter Frampton on tour back in the day. But Tommy had never, ever offered to give me money before.
Oh, for God's sake.
And I called you on it a couple of months ago.
But you don't take the money.
No, I'm not going to. It's not.
Because you're a big shot now.
I don't want the money. I just want you to offer the money.
He wants to send the money back to you.
Yeah, but every time I offer,
no, but see how you would know that. You would know that because you never offered the money up to that point.
You got it.
So then this morning,
Yeah.
Kimmy come. Kimmy, we're gonna get Kimmy coffee. No big deal. Okay. And I go, hey man. As soon as Tommy walks in, I go, I explain everything. Kimmy's in the other room, and he goes, ooh, ooh, a latte. And he says this while he's holding a Yeti mug full of coffee.
Full of latte.
So I go, what do you want? He tells me what he wants. And he goes, oh, you want some money?
Yeah, I said, let me give you some money.
Yeah, and I go, okay. And then, he froze. Because you had asked how much.
Yeah.
And I said $20.
$20 ain't $20.
Well, we're just trying to get even for all the coffees that I bought you in the past. And your response was?
I'll catch up.
No, you said I got $6.
I got $6.
$6. I got $6.
I got a
for
big
you.
day. I got things to do today.
What do you got going on today?
It's a big day for us.
Oh, wait, what do you got, you sign a new contract or something?
No. It's senior day at the garden fair.
Is that why you're in your tracksuit today?
Yes. Well, I didn't want to schmutz
You
up my
needed
nice
space
clothes.
to move.
Space. I didn't want to
lift.
schmutz up my nice stuff.
You know what's tough about you buying us coffee, though? Is you don't drink coffee.
I don't.
So we can't even get you a coffee.
You're
to,
the only
make
guy
up for it.
in morning radio that does not drink coffee.
Hey, man. What can I say? I bring the juice naturally. You guys need performance-enhancing drugs?
We do.
Always.
I'm an all-natural. I'm the Ted Williams of morning radio. All natural, and I'll shoot down your plane over Korea. So, with Kimmy bringing up the problem she has this morning.
Yeah.
The one thing that changed during COVID
What's up?
that I am not yet accustomed to is the fact that there is now nothing in Rochester that is open 24 hours.
No, because you could always count on Wegmans or
Yeah.
like a grocery store or something if you had to, but you don't even have that anymore.
There used to be a bunch of 24-hour
Yeah.
stuff when I first moved here. There were diners that did not close.
Everything was open 24 hours.
Right.
And again, it was up until COVID,
Yeah.
before COVID.
You could go down Monroe Avenue in the morning, any time of the day or night, and eat.
And it's really strange that all of a sudden that changed, especially with the history of shift work in the greater Rochester area. I mean, Tommy, there were bars that would open at 7 o'clock in the morning for folks that were getting off.
That was sweet business.
Or
bro.
for you because you were drunk.
Yeah.
But, Growing up, being a teenager, 20-something, in this town 20 years ago was the greatest thing ever. Because like you said, there was always stuff open. The party was never over.
And every town had a 24-hour joint.
Yeah.
Something.
Like, it was all over the place.
Yes, like, I mean, I grew up in Gates, like, you know, the old Tahoe's, now Stevie T's. That was 24 hours a day. And we were going to get plates at 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning.
The place would be slammed with college kids.
Yes. Now.
The good old days.
But here's the thing, man.
Was it Denny's? Denny's that was always open?
Denny's and Perkins were 24 hours. So you could always get a patty melt on demand.
And, like, you know, you bring up the other diners, though, too. Like, every town had a mom-and-pop diner that would stay open for 24 hours. Every fast food restaurant, their drive-thru was open 24 hours.
Yeah.
Now you cannot find a single thing. You're lucky to find a gas station that is open 24 hours.
Yeah, I don't know, but there is
Are there
one.
any?
Wait, in Henrietta, there's one on. No, there's two on West Henrietta.
Like, a lot of them open at like 6, 7 o'clock in the morning.
Well, yeah, but where you are, because like nobody where you are has to
there
get
are
up
a
early to
few
go to
near me, I
work.
think.
True.
Let them go, dude. You guys open up the office. I'll be there in a little while. Then my son will be in to sit at his desk where he does nothing, gets paid a 6-figure salary. 252 WCMF. 252-9263. Kimmy, out of coffee this morning. Tries to get coffee on the way in. Nothing is open.
This is the worst.
Had to do the Dunkin' order, which doesn't open until 5, so we had to wait a little while.
We were actually sharing horror stories about being out of coffee in the morning.
Yeah.
We were going back and forth.
Horror stories?
Oh, yeah. Bro, you don't get it, man.
Yeah.
Because, like, if I don't get coffee, and Kimmy shared the same experience, I start getting a headache. Like, within an hour, if I don't have, I
headache.
start getting, like, a junky,
Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
it's withdrawals.
You got a
My
headache?
body's like, where's
Yeah.
that caffeine?
Oh, I got caffeine headache.
Yes.
You can't talk with my caffeine headache. It hurts really bad. It hurts.
It's bad, man.
I'm really sorry.
I dread it. If we ever run out of coffee, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Like in the
Like-
world?
Yeah, like if they say there's a
Period.
coffee shortage, I don't care what it costs.
So can I ask a stupid question?
But
Because, you know, there's still all this tariff talk going on the last couple of months. We can't produce coffee in America, right?
not that I know of.
Okay. Kimmy, can you Google that?
I think it has to be certain climate, certain altitude where they grow coffee.
Okay. So, like, what are you going to do if, like, all of a sudden coffee prices spike?
I'm going to buy it.
Well, I mean, like, bro, you've spent all your money on tracksuits. Eventually it gets to a point where you can't.
So
Well, I don't know what I'm going to do.
You haven't even considered
I'm going to
this?
drink coffee, but I have to have. Even over booze, I have to have coffee.
Okay.
coffee is grown in Hawaii and Puerto Rico.
Oh.
But there are smaller scale. I don't know if you call them
Operations?
farms,
Well, like
operations,
Colombia, Brazil,
in,
those are your
in
big boys.
California.
Sure. Yeah, that I had known. I always wasn't sure. Like, California, America's coffee grower. Because you wouldn't expect New York to have all this
No.
wine here. But
Oh
we
yeah,
do.
yeah, yeah.
All right, going back to the whole 24-hour thing. The folks I feel the worst for, because, look, we can bitch and moan. Like, back in the day, it was nice if you forgot something. You
Yeah.
could stop at Wegmans on the way into work, but no big deal. The folks who got it the worst with the 24-hour overnight shutdown of businesses, folks who work overnight.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because,
Yeah, you're out of luck.
like, if you want something to eat while you're working, you have to go find the one gas station that's open, and you get whatever is left over, or you have to bring your own stuff to eat every single night.
Yeah. That blows.
And that's because you're also never able to get away from your coworkers.
Right.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Stuck.
But I also remember, like, when I worked shifts in the grocery business, like going home in the middle of the night, you pull in and you get all your provisions for the rest of the night and
Yeah.
morning.
Yes.
You know, and it would always be like the skankiest, crappiest stuff, but it was delicious.
Bro, you're right. The skankiest, crappiest stuff does taste the best going.
Yeah. Like if you would have seen my bag walking out of a 7-Eleven in South Florida at, let's say, 4 o'clock in the morning, there'd be a handbag, there'd be some kind of chips, and one of those rotisserie hot dogs. Like, I don't even know how long it's been sitting there.
So that's the other thing. There is a gas station, like I said, on the way to work
Yeah.
that's open. It's a 7-Eleven. And they have the rotisserie dogs on if I have to go in there at like 3 o'clock.
Oh, they're on and cooking.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know if those are dogs that are fresh or if those are dogs that are left over.
Some
from,
of
like,
them look like my granddaddy's crank.
How do you know what your
I'm gonna say they're
granddaddy's?
not fresh.
What's that?
How do you know what your granddaddy's crank looks like?
Just trust me on this one. This is the reason I am the way I am.
You know, we talk about the overnight shift workers. You know, us being comics, we were always up all
Oh
night
yeah,
all the time.
and that was man. We were on the road.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah.
And musicians too, right? Because Rochester's a big music town.
Any kind of like stage bum.
What do bar workers, musicians, comedians, folks that work late in the night do now when their shift is over? Well, like, is there
It's got to
anywhere
suck for them, right?
right?
It has all the fun's gone.
Yeah, because even if we weren't going to another bar that would stay open past last call, which we won't name names.
Yeah.
Like you can go to a diner and just be dicks
Yeah.
for an hour, like bust balls with each other.
Yeah.
Can't
Where
do
do you
that.
go to get assaulted by your girlfriend? If not Perkins.
There's got to be some spot we're not thinking.
I don't know.
Is the old Gitsy still 24/7?
That Gitsies?
Well, but it's not Gitsy's anymore. That's
Oh,
how bad.
yeah.
I mean, is there? What about Mark's Texas Hots? Is that still 24/7?
Those joints, I thought all.
How would you know?
Well, true. I don't.
That's why I'm asking.
I can't imagine they would be 24 hours.
Well, I mean, maybe there has to be some.
So
Yeah.
there are Denny's that are still, at least it says on Google that it's open 24 hours.
Okay.
All right.
That's the one that looks like it's on Ridge Road.
Oh
Get a-
man, that's a Thunderdome over there.
Oh, yeah.
That Ridge Road Denny's.
Other than that, there's not much else listed here.
Oh man, I much
A
prefer
couple Burger Kings.
Okay, but you can't even sit down. You got to
No.
sit and
No.
go through the
Yeah.
drive-through.
It's all drive-through,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's all. You can't hang out with your comic buddies and make
No.
jokes at a drive-through. I mean, you can, but it's not going to go very far. And I much prefer the local diner overnight than a place like Denny's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, if I could
But
get
if it's
it.
the only thing you got,
Also, the best part about the late night, overnight diner
Yeah.
was nobody at the table got any food that matched any other food.
Oh.
Like one guy got a patty melt, one guy got meatloaf, this guy had a 3-egg omelet, and over here this.
Somebody would get ice cream.
Yes, there's pie and ice
Yeah.
cream, right? It was like the worst hand of poker you'd ever seen in your life. Like a 4 of diamonds, there's a queen of
Yeah.
hearts, right? It doesn't
Oh,
make any
God.
sense here. All right, so if you are a business owner, open something 24 hours. Give us something
where
back.
would you
Hey.
put it though? That was where it's going to get the most traction. Because I would think it used to be like near Kodak probably back in the day, but
Henrietta, because you got
I was going to say to Jeff.
yeah, Amazon, UPS,
Oh,
FedEx.
yeah.
There's always traffic on that
Yeah.
street.
And yeah, all those places are operating 24 hours. You mean Walmart's not even 24 hours over?
No, I forgot about that.
Can't even go aimlessly wander around a Walmart. We got a dynamite, overnight, aimless, wandering kind of break room for you this morning here on CMF. Just after 8 o'clock, it's Wednesday. You know what that means?
A little hate.
Yep. By the way, second week in a row, not on purpose, the hate Tommy is aimed squarely at you.
What did I do?
Well, we shared a story about how town governments, village governments across the state were asking people, if you have these in your yard, you need to get rid of them.
Yes.
Please. And they referred to them as junk.
Yeah.
You call them trash.
Mhm.
But my argument was the people that have these don't see them as either. They see them as very valuable.
I'm sure they do.
They see them as something that connects them to some other part of time, another human being.
Okay.
And how could you tell someone who owns not only a property but this thing that they can't have it when it's not illegal?
Okay. All right. All right.
One man agrees.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, he's furious with you
Oh,
because not only is this thing valuable, according to him,
valuable. Ain't no value in it, man.
you're going to think it's really cool, but that's beside the point. He is arguing this will be connecting him to a generation that doesn't know how to do stuff like this anymore.
Oh, let me tell you something. If you know how to do it, it wouldn't be dead in your yard.
We'll get to it just after 8 o'clock here at the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy. Speaking of local governments making warnings, there are a few towns that are begging people as the weather gets nicer
Yeah.
to stop doing this with their yard.
Oh.
And it turns out that maybe Mr. Senior Day at the Garden Factory over here, who believes he knows exactly how his lawn should be treated and how you're supposed to do it,
Yeah.
you may just be getting everything wrong all the time to the point where you're actually hurting your lawn.
Hurting it.
Legit skis.
Oh.
That's Polish legit. We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. This information is just passed down generation to generation.
Oh.
Neighbor to neighbor.
Okay.
And you guys who are into lawn care, you just know this stuff. There is no negotiation.
Yeah.
But it turns out that a lot of the stuff you've been doing, we're finding out over the last couple of years, is not only wrong, it's having the opposite effect.
Oh, no.
Okay, see, this is what I mean, though. Like, you come in with this arrogant attitude.
Oh, please explain it to me.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. We're just talking about no 24-hour places to eat anymore.
Yeah.
Even if these fast food restaurants were open for 24 hours, it may not matter because an argument we get into in this show all the time may have proven you two right.
Oh.
And we'll get into the story just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So the weather is nice again.
Yep.
And everyone's out mowing their lawn, taking care of
Got to prep her up.
You got it. So that being said, town and village governments across New York State are begging people
Begging.
to keep your grass clippings off the road.
Oh.
So you see the problem, kid,
Yeah.
is when the grass clippings end up in the road, when you blow them off your yard, they get into storm drains.
Yeah.
They clog things up. If you use fertilizer, that grass could have chemicals on it.
You get an algae plume.
You got all kinds of bad things happening. So the towns are saying, do not
Okay.
allow your grass clippings to get into the storm drain. So question,
Yeah.
because they're not entirely clear.
Yeah.
Do they mean don't blow them into the road with like a leaf blower? Because you see guys
That's
do
what
that.
I was picturing.
Okay. Or do they mean like clean them up and bag them from my lawn?
So some people just leave them as a pile for like the town to pick up. Like all your like winter crap that you just pile down there,
Sure, sure.
all that stuff just sits there.
Yeah.
But some people just blow it into the street or they blow it into the other yards. Yeah.
Okay. So if they're asking me personally not to blow them into the yard,
You should blow them back into your yard.
Okay. All right. I won't blow them into the street. But I'm not raking up my grass clippings.
Well, you just mow
Well, you
over
just-
them, right? You
Yeah,
like
I just
them
keep
mowed.
them in there.
Yeah. Well, it
Well, that's
stays on
all
your
right.
lawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh.
I mean, it's slipshod, but it's fine.
It's slipshod. Why is it
Yeah.
slipshod?
Well, you've got to phone it in.
Am I phoning it in?
A little bit.
Am I phoning it in, or am I doing exactly
What
what
the-
scientists say you should? Because here's the thing.
What's that?
If you are the type of gentleman who takes all his grass clippings off the lawn when you're done mowing and puts
Yeah.
them in a bag or mows them or blows them in the street or whatever, you're actually hurting your lawn.
Hurting it.
Yes. Lawn experts all agree. Generally, it is recommended to leave your grass clippings on the lawn.
Well, you let them break down.
You got it.
Yeah.
They say they provide valuable nutrients to the soil, and they help naturally fertilize your lawn. They say by leaving them, you reduce the amount of actual outside fertilizer you may need to put down, if you will need any at all. So here's the thing.
What's that?
All you dicks, yeah, I said it,
Yeah.
that are picking up their grass clippings, you think your lawn looks nicer. But in the long term, you're actually hurting your grass.
Yeah, but that's why I dump a lot of fertilizer on my yard.
Again, your dad is not probably great. and you don't need to spend the money on that stuff if you just mow your grass clippings back into the lawn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I
but
want that pop, man. I want that green pop.
Green pop.
But does that work though if you go longer in between cuts?
Okay.
Because like if you got a lot of grass clippings sitting on your lawn, doesn't it kill the grass?
It smothers it.
Yes, they do say if it's extra long,
Yeah.
you can pull them up, and that could be the opposite. But they say most of the time, almost every time you mow your lawn,
Yeah.
Little trim.
you just leave them in there. It'll get back into the soil, and your grass will be better for it.
Okay, all right.
And here's the interesting part, Thomas.
What?
I believe it was the last week of April. We had a discussion
Yeah.
where lawn experts also agreed that you should wait
Yeah.
until the first week of May to mow your lawn.
Yeah.
And you thought that was ridiculous.
Yeah.
But there was science behind that the longer you wait to mow, the stronger the grass gets, the more lush the grass will be when you cut it for the first time. If you cut it too early,
Yeah,
it will have a
good.
negative effect on your lawn for the rest of the season. So the grass clippings thing
Yeah.
that all lawn experts do, wrong. The mowing as soon as the weather gets nice, which all lawn experts do, wrong. All of you guys that claim you know what you're talking about are actually hurting yourselves.
We don't care.
Okay.
Because we want to get a jump on it.
Okay.
You don't want to you want to look nice early.
But
You know what I
But
mean?
for who?
For me.
Just for you.
Yeah. It's like the guy that cuts my lawn, he comes over like mid-April and cleans it up nice, thatches it all up, big pile right at the end of the curb, right next to the storm drain.
okay.
Beautiful. That runs right into Canandaigua Lake.
Wait,
Taking
You
Sorry.
cut your lawn before your lawn guy comes?
I don't cut my lawn anymore.
Oh, I thought. I
got too old.
I bought a bunch of tracksuits I don't use.
We got rid of the mower. We hired a guy.
It
It is the greatest thing ever is to have a lawn service.
Must be nice.
Hey, bro, I'm 65. I think I earned it.
What did you earn? You sat in a leather chair for 4 hours a day, bro. If you were working at Kodak, schlepping around,
I can't
for 50
push
years.
that goddamn mower anymore. You know, I got the clots in my leg.
You can't push the mower.
I got the bad hip.
Yeah. Oh,
You know.
You had a self-propelling mower. You puss.
Yeah, but still, when it doesn't, you still got.
You literally touch it and it moves.
No, that was your mom.
How dare you? Call
That was self-propelled, baby.
If I ever.
Was that your lawnmower noise?
That's his mama.
Okay.
But trying to be a lawnmower.
You knew
She
the answer.
purrs like a Toro mower.
If I ever
And I'm
hear.
a lawn boy.
Shut up!
Lawn boy's here.
If I ever
I'm
hear
just
you.
questioning his sound effects. That's all.
What's that?
If I ever hear you call anyone from the younger generation soft ever again, if you said I'm too old to use a push mower.
I've been mowing for years.
Oh, have you been mowing?
Yeah, so I'm done with the mowing, and now I go to the service. It's worth it.
Okay, but even when you were mowing, like you can't even blame the service here because you were doing the opposite of what all of these literal scientists tell you to do. Okay, that's how I know you're full of crap. You just start doing hands and faces.
I'm just repeating your hands.
You're repeating my hands?
Yes.
252 WCMF 252-9263 with these begging from local governments across New York State for folks that are taking care of their lawns. Do not blow your lawn clippings into the streets. Going to get in the storm drain, cause clogs. You're going to have fertilizer getting in there. They're saying
It ruins the environment, Pat.
lawn experts, scientists, folks who know grass
It'll kill the ducks.
actually say you should leave your grass clippings on your lawn. Tommy says it looks slipshod, trashy, cheap. But Kimmy brings up a great question.
Right.
And you always answer it in a quick, non-acknowledgement way.
Very flippant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who is it for? And you go, me, and then you move on quickly. But again, all of this work you put in,
Yeah.
all of these things that you do, all of these methods that you think you have, they're not for anybody.
Well, it's like a hobby. You know, I'm working in the yard. It's kind of like a hobby. It's good exercise. I get out, get some fresh air.
But all you guys bitch and moan about it all the time.
Well, my knees are killing me.
Okay.
And don't even get me started with the shoulders.
I mean, like,
With the wheelbarrow.
nobody's impressed by your lawn.
My wife enjoys it. She says it looks nice.
Wow.
She likes it looking nice.
All that work, and she goes, wow, it looks nice, and that was worth it?
Your wife is a big yard person.
Yes, she is.
And when she comes over, your wife always compliments my yard. Always. And she even takes an interest and asks questions. You just sit there drinking your gin and tonic, running your big-ass mouth.
My wife doesn't care. She's being nice.
Well,
She doesn't care.
Well, she's
she might care.
class.
She
She's class.
does her own gardens.
Yeah.
Right, but she enjoys other people's gardens.
All right, can I be straight up honest with you? And I don't know this for sure because I've never had this discussion with my wife. Because believe it or not, on the way home from people's houses, we don't break down their lawns and plants and things.
Yeah.
I am almost certain that my wife believes her landscaping
Yeah.
is better than your landscaping.
Well, I think that's everybody.
Oh, that's weird how you just bitched out like that.
What do you
Because
mean?
if I said anybody else,
Well, she does quality work. She
does
does
she?
really good.
Because
Yeah,
remember,
yeah.
I remember a time when
Educated woman. She knows what she's talking about.
when somebody had to go to the ER and you had to follow Kimmy back when she was driving my car, and you said that you saw my dog appear from
No,
plants.
I literally watched your dog disappear in your yard.
So it doesn't bother you that my wife believes that she is far and above?
Hey, she's top notch.
Puss ass bitch. Like you've never looked at another lawn and thought that lawn looks better than my lawn.
Oh, sure. You get some lawn envy, but that's like Oak Hill and stuff.
Okay,
like
that's
that.
what I mean. Like every guy like you.
Like it has to be an extreme.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
Right?
you also get ideas from them rich guys.
Oh my God.
That I try to incorporate into my scheme.
What ideas could you pull driving past
The way
somebody's
it's
lawn?
trimmed, the way it's edged, the way it's mulched. You get ideas. You don't get it, man.
Well, do you think you picked up your yardsmanship from your dad?
No.
No?
No.
Because everybody I know that now owns a house,
Yeah.
like if growing up they had like a pristine like carpet like lawn, they have that too. Like they took all those skills from their dad or mom growing up.
I did not. I got all my because when I bought my house in Webster, I knew nothing, and then I had a Sicilian father-in-law, and he taught me how to do it. I didn't ask him; he literally just took me out there and showed me how to do it without even like a request from him. So I learned everything from Big Tony.
Kimmy, somehow this just got more sad.
Why?
Because, like, Kimmy, I understand a person who was raised in a home
Yeah.
with a really nice
Yeah.
lawn, and you want to take care of it. So when your dad comes over, he, like, puts his arm around you and goes, you're doing good, kid. You're still trying to impress a father-in-law that you haven't had in
By the
25
way,
years.
he's in heaven.
Okay, so he's looking down upon you.
Yes.
Still judging your lawn, by the way.
Yeah. But that's the guy who taught me.
Okay, well, why would you take that and run with it from your father-in-law?
Well, he instilled it in me.
Instilled it in you like he's Newt
Well,
Rockney.
I do think like once you learn those skills and like once your lawn looks a certain way, like you won't ever let it go back.
Right. Why would you? Because you put all that sweat into it. Why
Yeah.
would you let it go?
This is the way I like it now.
Yeah.
I just don't get with all the other things you could be dedicating yourself to. You decide to do it on grass.
Well, like what? What other hobbies would he have?
I walk.
Did you just call walking a hobby?
Yeah.
Oh, it's kind of a hobby.
Yeah,
So
I
you,
take
how,
my walk.
how long do you walk every day?
4 to 6 miles
Okay.
total.
And looks at all the lawns along the way.
I'll walk. I walk the dog, and then I take a walk.
But you can't push the mower.
Hey, bro, it's killing him. I got the bad back.
You just told me you walk 4 to 6 miles every day.
Yeah, but it's
And you
walking,
can't
not pushing
and
up
you
and
can't
down.
use a self-propelled mower, you
No.
bitch-ass East Side bitch. I rest my case. Let's take a break.
All right.
So it turns out, even though I still think you're wrong here,
What?
both of you guys, you are in the majority of Americans.
Of?
Well, we know that fast food restaurants nationally have been struggling the last couple
Yeah.
of years, right? And it seems that maybe they made a mistake in how they redesigned all of their restaurants because there's been a change, right? The fast food restaurants, Kimmy, we knew when we were kids no longer exist. And I don't mean the brands, I mean the actual building.
Oh.
And it's gotten to the point where this many Americans have decided if I'm going to eat something,
Yeah.
I sure as hell ain't doing it here.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on CMF. Who the hell wants to wait to eat?
No,
You-
nobody.
You two can both agree
Yeah.
that you like your food in your mouth as fast as possible when you go out for a meal.
Sure.
Well, then this story makes no sense.
What happened?
It seems that this is what these businesses would that they actually want this based on things that have happened in the last couple of years, even though it is counterproductive to them making more money. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, we're going to have a debate.
Okay.
Because you ran into someone that you know,
Yeah.
and he was dressed in a way you were not accustomed to him.
Yeah, he's not this guy.
You ain't that guy, pal.
No, and it shocked me when I saw him.
But there was a reason why
Yes.
he was dressed this way. And you thought his explanation was stupid.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Because you still got a dumb mouth. So I don't care what you do. You didn't do anything to that mouth.
But
and that logic that falls out of your mouth.
But here's the thing. You have actually argued against what you are going to say for years and years and years because you got a dumb mouth, too. That don't keep you from dressing the way you do.
I know.
We'll get into it. Just after 7 o'clock, here in the break room on CMF. So we in the break room get into this argument all the time.
What's that?
You go to get fast food. Do you take it to go or do you eat it in the restaurant?
Yeah. I don't like sitting in a fast food restaurant.
You always take it to go.
Yeah. I always go drive through.
Yeah, if I'm going fast food. it's
Why
to
would you
go.
sit there?
Yeah.
Okay, I love eating at the
No,
fast
I know.
food.
My husband's the same way, and we always
What's
end
the
up,
point?
especially if we're on a road trip, we're definitely eating there. Even if we stop to get it for lunch or something, he wants to eat there.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm on the road, like if we're taking a trip, I'm eating it in the car while I'm driving.
with you.
Because you're losing time and it's uncomfortable. It's not designed. I mean, it's not nice.
Okay. Well, it turns out
Let's sit in a hard chair.
that you two are in the majority by like a lot.
Yeah.
A recent study revealed 75% of fast food customers say they prefer to enjoy their meal away from the restaurant rather than sitting inside after they order. And I can't understand why.
I'll take it home where I'm comfortable.
Okay, first off, fast food especially, the food tastes the best when you eat it right away.
Yeah,
Now,
but you
I
kind of
will-
eat some along the way.
Yeah,
right? You eat the
I'll
French
start that.
fries.
Yeah, that meal starts as soon as I
Yeah.
start. Once my wheels are rolling, I'm shoveling.
No, here's the problem.
There ain't no problem.
No, there is a problem.
It's designed to eat like that.
No, it's some things are designed to eat like that. Look,
Yeah.
I get like
all fast food is designed to eat it while you're moving.
it's not true. I get the things like breakfast you're on the move for. Okay, fine, you can
Yeah.
eat a breakfast sandwich really quick. And there are small like lunch and dinner items like wraps and things you can choke down while you're driving. But the big stuff, the quarter pounders, the Whoppers, any Wendy's hamburger, you cannot enjoy that meal while you are behind the wheel of a car driving. It is impossible. You're going to get
Been doing it for
drippings and
years.
fixins all over your pants, right? You're going to have to, your mouth does not open wide enough where you can see the road and eat that burger. It's a
I don't
health
even,
hazard.
When I'm eating, I don't even care about the road. F
Well,
the road.
that's not a good
I know it's
thing.
bad.
Your boy here. Listen to your boy.
F that road. I'm eating. And I don't want to look like some bitter loner or some serial killer sitting there by myself with my Whopper.
What are you talking about? I just assume that some guy, some woman working on their way somewhere. There's nothing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this right now. There ain't nothing sadder on this goddamn earth
Then
than a woman sitting in a fast food by herself.
Why?
That's a sad woman.
Why?
That's an unloved woman.
Why?
That's a woman that has nobody in her life.
You keep saying things, but you can't tell me
like
why.
if she's on a road trip too, why would that be weird?
Why is she stopping?
To
Get
eat?
food?
A woman eating alone is disturbing. Out.
That's really, really strange.
In my
that
day,
you
it didn't happen.
No, but you
Well,
did nothing but
Where's
eat.
her man? Where's her woman? Where's her friends? Where's her gal
Where's her
pals?
woman?
Where's your woman?
Now
Very progressive country song.
she ain't alone because she ain't getting that bone, son.
Nope.
Nope, not gonna do it.
No.
Nope, not gonna do
not
it.
going there.
No, but I can't eat alone in a fast food. I could sit at a bar
Okay.
where I could have a cocktail.
That's
and
more
it's
pathetic, by the way.
No,
Yeah.
it's more interactive
I'm
with the
alone
bartender.
drinking alcohol,
No,
but
I
this
need
person.
this bartender to be my friend.
Yes,
No,
but it
they're-
looks more interactive.
No, but here's the thing.
I
What-
guess.
I'm on, Formica eating my sandwich by
If you-
myself.
If you stop at a McDonald's to eat a hamburger, that's a functional thing. You need to eat like it's a meal. You're hungry. If you go to a bar by yourself to drink alcohol, you're pathetic.
What if I'm eating lunch at a bar with a beer?
Yeah.
And I'm just chatting away with the bartender and stuff.
How is that different than being at a McDonald's?
It's way
you're
cooler.
you're grabbing lunch either way.
And the bartender doesn't want to talk to you. They're
It's comfortable. It has more ambiance to it.
ambiance. Yeah, nothing
Yeah.
says ambiance like a Hyatt hotel restaurant at lunch. Wow, a club sandwich.
And you got that wall of liquor you can look at.
Special Blue Moon, $7.
I will say, okay, I will eat. I do prefer to eat inside a fast food restaurant if I'm on break from work. Like, I feel like I did used to do that when I had a job where you get like a little lunch hour.
Okay.
I would go sit in a restaurant or wherever and eat by myself.
But that's just to
but
get away
again,
from
like
everybody.
you're killing time. You're trying to get out of the office. Like, that to me is the only time I'd really want to sit down and eat inside.
Okay, so here's what's confusing to me with the numbers we have in front of us.
What's that?
Again, 75% of Americans side with Tommy and Kimmy and say that they prefer to take their fast food to go and not eat in the restaurant. The longer you are in a restaurant, the more likely you are to spend more money. Mm-hmm. And don't pretend like you've never done the double fast food order where you eat what you got initially and then you're still hungry and you go up and you get more food.
No, because I feel like I order more if I'm taking it to go because I'm gonna order an extra thing of fries. No, I'm gonna eat them on the way home. And I love there's nothing more satisfying than when you get home and you just display all the stuff you ordered, dump it out, display it on the table, decide what you're gonna attack first.
Okay. Do you say you always get extra fries for the ride home?
Sometimes we'll especially if
side
it's my
fry.
husband and I, we will get like the travel fries.
Oh, no, your husband I get with the travel fry.
Yeah.
I've never heard
A lady travel fry?
Oh, you got a problem with that?
Well, because
Lady Travel Fry, one of the worst princesses from the Middle Ages.
I wouldn't do it if my husband didn't get so mad that I picked at the fries on the way home.
No, yes, I understand that. That's also one of my pet peeves, which is why I don't like taking my food home, because when I get home, I only got half my dinner. And I'm not even it didn't. Here's another fun fact about fast food.
What's that?
Whatever fast food you eat on the way home before you eat your full meal at home does not count to making you full. I don't know how the science works, but now you just get half dinner. But you've done where you've gone to a fast food restaurant when you were fat, you eat, and then you're like, I'm still hungry, so I'm going to get some more food.
Oh, yeah.
Also, this takes away a little nostalgia.
Oh, what's that?
Well, Kimmy, going out to eat in a McDonald's or a place like that was a big deal when we were kids.
Yeah.
That was an event.
Well, they had play areas for kids, right? That was it was meant for families.
But that was a different generation.
I mean, they're not designed that way anymore, most of them.
But that's what's strange to me because we've heard stories the last couple of years, fast food restaurant sales are struggling hard.
Yeah.
Yet despite that, almost 1.5 of Americans say they roll through a drive-through at least once a week.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot. That's 100 million Americans, right? So my argument is, with all of these fast food restaurants, because the last couple of years they've started designing them smaller.
Yeah.
And they even took the big ones, Kimmy, and knocked them down and made them smaller. Like the McDonald's with the play places in them, the Wendy's with the solariums in them. Those are gone.
Yeah.
Replaced with these tiny boxes with 4 tables. What did these restaurants think were going to happen when you took away the reason to stay and eat?
Well, they took them away, though, because nobody was sitting down and eating.
Are we sure? Or did they think, hey, if we make them smaller and add 2
Well,
drive-through?
you could just roll through and just serve people quicker to a point instead of sitting around.
Well, it ain't working because the sales are down.
Yeah, well, I thought the sales were down, too, because the prices went up. They say, you said all the money, and don't forget the taxes.
Oh, you got taxes. Don't forget about the taxes.
Yeah, the Whopper tax.
Yeah, I mean, no, the prices are up also.
Right.
I'm sure there's a combination of things. But I would think if I own a place where I could continue to sell you something, my goal is to keep you there as long as possible, which I thought was the reason the play place existed in the first place.
Well, because of the kids, yeah.
God, I miss the McDonald's play place.
Yeah, but you don't miss all that pink eye.
No one was rubbing their bare ass in the
Nobody was cleaning
I
that-
mean, there
those
were
ball pits.
definitely some nugget sauce smudges all over.
God.
Yeah, but I was licking those.
Oh, don't lick the balls.
No.
Some kid definitely crapped their pants in
don't
those
be
tunnels.
tossing the ball pit.
The 2 things that I remember the fondest. Kimmy, you remember those McDonald's that would have, out of nowhere, a merry-go-round in them? The little merry-go-rounds?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
There was one in Chilai that
I was
had
just
one.
gonna say because I remember loving when I go to my grandparents who lived in Chilai, we went to the mega McDonald's. So did it have? Must have had something.
It had the merry-go-round in it. It had this giant outdoor play place. Then the one in Pittsford had the indoor giant play place.
Yeah, it was in the back.
And the merry-go-round. And you press a button and the merry-go-round would go. And they had the video game systems. Remember?
Yeah,
Wow.
the touchscreen things.
No, they had a GameCube in there before that. It was a game you could play Super
I don't
Mario
remember
and stuff
that.
in the McDonald's. It was super effing cool. The one thing I never got.
What's that?
We talked about the Wendy's solarium. You guys remember this, right?
No.
Yes.
So it was like a greenhouse.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the front of every Wendy's was glass, and it's back when they had the salad bar and stuff.
Okay.
But my grandmother, the one on, God, was it Maiden? In
Maiden
Greece.
Lane,
Yeah.
Can't remember.
Maiden or Dewey, whatever it was. My grandma would take me there to get lunch when I was little, and she would always want to sit in the solarium. But it was always a
1,000
gajillion degrees.
I mean, it's
Well,
kinda
she's
like,
old and she likes it warm.
No, I
kind
get
of
it.
invites that, right?
I just
the
don't
sun.
know whose idea.
It's just melting all the salad dressing.
Yeah, but like, what are you doing? It's like, yeah, I'm gonna have this really.
Seems like a bad idea to put all the fresh food out, like right in the hottest area of the
Little
restaurant.
wilted romaine.
sneaky best food of fast food childhood. Wendy's pudding.
Pudding?
They used to have
remember
pudding
the
on the
pudding.
salad.
I don't like
Yeah, I
pudding.
never got the
man.
pudding because you had the frosty.
No,
You
I
got
get
both.
No, yeah, of
Like,
course.
Pudding's just gross.
What do you mean?
I don't
Pudding's
remember ever
gross?
using
Bro,
a
it looks
salad bar
like
as a kid.
it looks like some kind of like batch. This is nasty.
I can't remember the last time I had pudding.
Well, yeah, you know why? Because they don't make pudding in adult serving sizes.
Well, they make them in the little Jello cups.
But it doesn't
It's
do
not.
it. But if you like dessert, it's like the saddest dessert.
I love pudding.
It is delicious. It's just
Yeah.
not my go-to.
No, look, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Here's
That-
like some thick milk.
And why is there always pudding in a salad bar?
I don't know.
Why does that go together?
It's a good question. I'll eat it if there's pudding in a
Yeah,
salad bar.
there's
I'll go
always
eat that
pudding in a salad
The
bar.
worst thing is when back in the day when you got those TV dinners, those ones that were in the silver thing you had to heat up. They always had a tin of pudding in there.
Yeah.
And God knows what was in that crap.
Pudding and
It
pudding
was
ingredients.
frozen pudding that you now heated up.
Sounds delicious.
It had
I don't know
it had
about
lead in it. You know it.
We got a ton of stuff coming in, Facebook and Instagram. Again, 252 WCMF, 75% of Americans say they prefer to take their fast food to go as opposed to eating in the restaurant, which is what Tommy and Kimmy have been arguing for years on this show. And with the sales numbers down
Yeah.
with fast food restaurants across the country, maybe the fact that they redesigned their restaurants where people didn't want to stay is what's hurting them. Bree disagrees. She says sales are probably down because restaurants are no longer allowed to market towards kids like McDonald's. That's why they took the playgrounds away. Wait, they weren't allowed to have the playgrounds? Is that a real thing?
Did somebody get hurt in one of them?
I'm
or
sure
something?
everybody got hurt at one
Well,
of
I'm
fat
them.
kids
like
used to get stuck in 'em.
Something happened.
And you had to like grease them up to pull them out.
No, I only got stuck at the Discovery Zone one time. McDonald's had bigger tubes.
Yeah, we discovered you had a big ass.
Because I want to say at some point they just like locked those things up where you couldn't use them anymore.
There was
Like,
probably
they
a
were
huge
still there, but you
liability.
couldn't use them.
Okay, were you just looking out through the window longingly? We got Facebook messages coming in, WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Brian writes us, I don't eat at fast food places anymore because they don't feel clean. There aren't enough workers to keep the place tidy, and no one cleans up after themselves. They treat it like a dorm room. Brian is not old. I'm looking at Brian's picture. Brian, you are too young to have the nobody wants to clean anymore take.
Yeah, so the play places were phased out due to a combination of safety concerns, lawsuits, and a shift in marketing.
And
Man.
chip teeth.
Man, and we used to live in a proper country.
That's
Where I
right.
could stuff my kids full of chicken nuggets, ice cream, and French fries, and then have them go run around for an hour. That was clutch. If you were a busted family,
Yeah.
McDonald's
Yeah.
play place was clutch.
Well, yeah, it was like mini Disney.
Yeah, and it was
Yeah.
free.
Poor Disney, yeah.
You know, go buy your kids a couple of Happy Meals
yeah,
for
sit
$5.
there and watch them play and tire themselves out.
Our entertainment, and then watch the other weirder kid. Because like, here's the best part
Yeah.
about the play place at McDonald's. You know how I grew up.
Weird social hour.
Well, that's it. Even though you were busted, there was
Yeah.
always a family that was more busted than you.
Wow.
Like it was one of the few times I got to look down my nose at other people.
I would want to see that family because you don't paint a very rosy picture.
Well, I mean,
man.
we had clothes on.
A naked child.
I do remember in the rain because the Chi-Li Ave McDonald's play place was outdoors.
Yeah.
I remember a kid taking his shirt off and playing in the rain in the play place.
Man, that's like deep south stuff.
Nope.
Shirtless child.
I, I don't think that's the last time I seen a shirtless child unless I was in the deep south.
That's
And then you see it all the time.
I
probably
don't-
a good thing,
Like you'll see a
guess.
whole family shirtless in the south.
I mean, I'm fine with shirtless. It's just like nobody.
I'm talking daughters, mothers, everybody. They're all, hey, we only got one T-shirt for the whole damn family.
We'll wrap it up with Danny. He writes us on Facebook. None of the chairs in the fast food restaurants are comfortable.
No, they're
anymore.
not.
And he says, I'm not an old man. I'm 29. They're plastic and weird shapes. You can tell they don't want you in there.
Bro, if
Yeah.
you're my age and you got the piles, you cannot sit on that stuff.
If
You'll be howling.
If you got the piles, maybe a hamburger isn't the best idea, period.
That doesn't give you the piles.
You got to poop it out, though.
Oh, you do that. Well, you got to poop out everything.
Yeah. The softer poops, though.
Oh, yeah. You don't want a hard poop with the piles.
All right. We have derailed. I get where you're coming from here, but I also see what this guy's idea is.
Okay.
Because, we've grown up with this idea. You dress for success, right? How somebody sees what you are wearing is how they will view you.
Yeah.
And I thought you subscribed to this idea.
You do, but you also gotta have the attitude to go with the outfit. You can't be a goof in that outfit. It doesn't work.
Because this guy who does not normally dress like this.
He's such a goob.
Well, all right, you know what?
He's a total goob.
Here's the thing. I've never done this, but it doesn't sound like the worst idea. And I bet you there are people
got a good deal.
that swear by doing stuff like this.
Yeah.
We'll tell you what we're talking about next here in the break room. Let's see, man. There are times you dress up. You have to dress up.
Yeah.
Right? They make suits for a reason. But someone in this room is
Yeah.
taking issue with someone he knows. Someone you saw, Tommy, that was dressed in a way you are not used to seeing.
Yeah.
And the reason he was all fancied out that day
Yeah.
has you scratching your head.
Yes.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. Passion is what makes love work.
Yeah.
I mean, passion brings you some of the best sex of your life.
Oh, yeah.
Passion also has a chance to go the other way. And that may be what a gentleman found out the hard way.
Too much passion.
We'll get into it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So you ran into someone you knew?
So go to Wegmans the other day, lunchtime, and I see a dude I haven't seen for a while. Used to hang around the old show. And he is dressed. I've never seen him dressed this way. So I thought he got a new gig. So
okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I know, go ahead.
What was he dressed like?
So he's got on a poorly fitting suit.
Okay, you didn't have to say
I
that
know, you could
part.
have just said a suit.
So I thought maybe he gained a little weight. I don't know.
I was like too tight.
Yeah. You know, it was too tight in all the wrong places.
Now, you know what this is? I have a tailor, so like when I get my sweater, I take it to a tailor and I put it on.
He just looked bad on him.
Okay.
And I'm like, and I even said, man, I said, what's going on? Do you get a new gig? He goes, no, shopping for cars today.
Shopping for cars.
Cars.
Okay.
So he proceeds to tell me when he goes shopping for anything high end, he puts on a suit when he goes in. He gets more respect and he gets a better deal because they think the guy is sharp and you can't pull a fast one on him. All right? And he thinks because it commands a different respect when you're in a suit.
Okay.
But that only works if you look like you wear suits.
So you think, okay, let's say it fit him nice and he looked confident in it. Your issue is more like it didn't look like he owned it.
All right, we got a lot going on here.
Yeah. There's a few issues, yes.
Okay. So wait, let's just start basic.
All right.
If a man were to wear a suit and look good in the suit,
Yeah.
thinking he would get a better deal on a car, is that a good idea?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I doubt it.
I always thought you kind of went the opposite way, right?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, you don't want to come in looking like you have a ton of money to spend. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, but you have a ton of money because you can't pull a fast one on me.
Yeah. That's it.
That's the logic, right?
Okay. All right. But so wearing the suit to buy the car is not the problem. You believe that the majority of men don't know how to wear a suit.
Don't know how to wear a suit, and also how you present yourself when you open up your mouth. The mouth should match the suit.
So you look like a phony right away.
Oh my God, this guy look about as phony as it gets,
Bro,
man.
we also know what a catty bitch you are,
I know,
just based
I
on how you deal with other people and what they wear. And who
He's
we
a
know.
total goob, man, and nothing but goob falls out of his face.
He's
We-
toad
he-
scoop.
You can't be goobing and Brother Wee Show. I've seen him in a while. You can't be doing all that and then thinking like you're a sharp dressed man.
But you also think you know how salespeople think and work too. Like you think you have like an idea of like what they're looking for, what they think of that guy.
I mean, you always bring up the Johnson account.
Oh yeah. I mean, he ain't getting a Johnson account in that outfit.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because there are places you have to dress nice.
Yeah.
And no one is going to think twice.
Oh, sure.
If you're put together for a wedding, funeral.
Yeah.
Right, okay. But there are other places that people will put in extra effort to fancy up their clothes. And what's
Yeah.
funny about this discussion is like you're sitting here crushing this guy for wearing a suit. But if I were to ask you, where do you dress up nice? You're going to name 15 places that no one else would dress up nice. So I can't even tell where you're coming down here, man.
But he never makes an effort except when he's going out to score a big item.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's the only time this guy will be what he thinks looks slick.
Okay. All right. 252-WCMF. When it comes to, and we'll define slick by formal clothes you wouldn't normally wear. Jacket, maybe a tie,
Right.
nice stuff. No.
Pocket square.
Where are the places outside of wedding, funeral, stuff like that, where you feel you have to dress up nice?
I mean, there's some standards. First date.
Wait, you're going to put
Wait,
on a
no,
suit coat
no,
for a
no,
first date?
If you're taking,
You psycho?
what if you're
No.
taking around someplace nice?
Where in Rochester requires a suit coat?
Nice steakhouse.
What, Texas Roadhouse, you don't need a suit coat.
I always, yeah. Back in my day, you did.
Oh, yeah? I didn't see any suit coats when Patrick Swayze was breaking elbows.
You don't want to risk on a first date.
Well, what if she dresses up and you look like a schlub?
Well, that's fine. She can look better than you. You don't want to look like you're fancier than her.
Yeah, I'm
It's gonna
not.
Make her feel funny.
I'm not, but you got to match up a little bit.
This is a woman telling you this, and you're telling her
but
no.
she don't dress.
No, but I'm saying, but if
She's got plenty of pantsuits. That's not a joke, by the way. She's got lots of pantsuits.
let's say I, had like something nice on, and you show up in a suit, I'm like, well, I'd wear. Wait a second, where are we going?
I'm taking you out for lobster.
You
Lobster.
still don't need to wear a suit,
Bro,
You're gonna have a bib on.
Well, you tell me then.
My wife makes me dress up to go to the doctor.
Because she thinks you get better, like.
Yeah. My wife is convinced that if I put on like a tie, button-up shirt, jacket, stuff like that, that I will be treated differently by the folks who work in the doctor's office. Which is weird because she doesn't have that in her and she's a doctor.
Yeah.
Like she doesn't treat people differently based on how they're dressed, but she's convinced of it. And I feel like such an idiot in a sport coat. Hey, I'm here for my physical. Allow me to take 10 minutes to get undressed because I'm in an effing suit.
Yeah, what are the odds a doctor even sees you in that suit?
Zero.
Yeah.
Zero.
So we knew a guy used to work here that he had to go in and talk about his contract.
Okay.
And he thought he'd put on a suit when he walked into the boss and he would get a better contract, even though the guy knows him inside and out.
Yeah.
And it blew up in his face.
Yeah, you deal with him on a daily basis.
Right. He wasn't, but he put on the suit.
Oh, it's embarrassing.
Yeah. It was also a really ugly suit.
Okay, again, you catty bitch.
Bro, it was a brown suit. He looked like a radio turd.
252 WCMF. Tommy runs into a buddy the other day in Wegmans who was in a suit, and he doesn't normally wear a suit. And this guy said he was in a suit because he was trying to buy a car. And he felt like if he looked like he was successful, he would get a better deal on the car.
Yeah.
Past the idea of Tommy saying, suit didn't even fit right. Ill-fitting suit. We're talking about the places outside of the obvious, wedding, funeral, things like that, where you feel you have to dress up. Tommy said date because he's American Psycho. Let's talk to Jay. Hey, Jay, how are you, buddy?
Morning, boys and Kimmy.
Hey.
There we go. Now I can hear you. So the only date that I've ever been on where I actually wore a suit was when I took my wife to next door.
The Wegmans restaurant in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, the sushi place.
Okay, but that wasn't a first date.
No, that was like our 100th-something date.
But that was date night.
Yeah, but it's not a first
But he
date.
was getting himself.
You don't wear a full suit on a first date because that shows that you have money, and then all she's going to want is your money.
Or it shows you're Mormon. One of those two things.
All right.
Or you're Mormon.
All right, Jay. So other than that, is there any place outside of wedding, funeral where you feel like I have to put on a suit to go do this?
No, you don't need a suit to buy a car either, Tommy.
Well, that's what his argument.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Great call, Jay. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good
Thanks
rest.
for paying attention, Jay.
So my wife loves to tell me this saying all the time because I think she wants me in like fancy clothes.
Yeah.
And I hate them. You can never be overdressed. You can only be underdressed.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
That's true.
You're gonna stand out more, I think, if you're underdressed.
You look like a slob.
No, but like
You're going to show up
gonna
looking like a
feel-
slob.
I'm gonna feel way more uncomfortable being underdressed than overdressed.
I disagree
I'm gonna feel
100%.
uncomfortable either way, but I think like if I'm around a bunch of people and I look like I didn't put any effort in, or like it looks like I didn't get the memo, I'm
Yeah.
gonna feel very awkward.
okay, counterpoint to that. I would argue
Yeah.
that you look better in clothes you feel confident in. That most men stand taller, have their chin higher, their body language is different when they are wearing what they normally wear every day. Because I
But
will.
it looks like you don't care.
Okay, but Kimmy, your husband
Yeah.
does not like suits.
No.
Why is that?
Well, mostly the shoes are uncomfortable.
It's just uncomfortable. Everything about it's
Sweats
uncomfortable.
a lot.
Let me ask you this, though.
But just real quick,
All right.
if you're a 2 to 5 time a year suit guy, it gets uncomfortable. It doesn't fit you the way your other clothes fit you. It feels strange on your body. You're like a cat in socks. You just don't like it. And if you're self-conscious and that you're going to wrinkle something, get something on it, you moving confidently is more important than looking nice.
Let me ask you this. When your husband puts on a suit,
Yeah.
what's his attitude like when he puts that suit on?
if it fits right, if it's fitting okay.
Does his attitude change?
He's feeling a little bit more like, shoulders back, like head up.
Feels like a man.
But
Like you the
but
man.
if there's
You
any,
didn't let her finish.
No,
shoulders
listen.
back. Feels like the man.
But she said but.
We know she has no butt.
But weird. But if there's,
Tommy Muley has been looking at Kimmy's butt for multiple weeks.
it's not there.
Well, thanks for the follow-up.
If there is anything off at all about that suit, it's ruined his entire night.
Well, he's a
any
big guy.
any tiny little seam or like it's not like something about the tuck or like I don't know, anything like that, he's uncomfortable the rest of the night.
And here's the other problem with that. Your suit never fits the same way twice if you don't wear suits on a regular basis. Men's bodies
Well, because
change.
you go so long in between.
But even if you wait a month, Kimmy, your husband is like me. He can put on 7 pounds in a week, and he can lose 10 pounds over the next 2 weeks.
It has to be tough for taller men.
Okay.
I'm a petite dude.
No, I'm even like normal men, normal size men. When you are putting your suit on for the first time in 8 months, that sucker ain't gonna fit the way that it did when you first got it. So you are not gonna feel confident.
All right.
No.
Well, I can't speak for big men.
Can't speak for men, nah.
No.
All right, so we had asked
Yeah.
where people feel that they have to wear fancy clothing outside of wedding, funeral.
Yeah.
Justin writes us on Facebook. He says, I put on a tie for all the meetings I have with my kids' teachers, parent-teacher night, parent-teacher conferences. I won't wear a tie. Wait, what? I put on a tie for all the meetings. That he says I won't wear a tie, but I'll wear a collared shirt tucked in for anything at my kids' school.
Okay.
Excuse me. I want my kids' teachers to think they come from a good family.
So, do you see when you go to, because you go to this stuff, do you see a lot of suits or ties or sharp dressed people, or they just look like parents just trying to get through their day?
I assumed all parents that were in like ties and suits were just like coming from work.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought.
Oh,
of it.
yeah. Look at that.
I've never even tried to present myself in an acceptable way during parent-teacher.
Would you wear that to what you have on now?
Yeah, hoodie and a hat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you making that face?
It's a little low end, bro.
So
You're
what?
talking about your child's education. Trying to get into a good college.
What, they're going to ask my kid's third grade teacher what their dad wore?
You never know. You never know with these administrations.
Do parents get more respect for their children dressing up at a parent?
I bet you they're trying. They also want to look educated.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's back that up. You think people that dress well are more educated?
No, but I think people that do that think they look educated.
Okay, so that's not the question.
Yeah,
What?
but the teacher knows your kid. You know what I mean? like.
Well, you got a smart kid.
I have 2 smart kids.
Yeah. All right, you had 2 smart kids. But you show up with that cackling mouth. It don't match up.
Hey, look at this really smart guy that dresses well. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, why would I pretend to be something I'm not? If you're
because you want to also look as intelligent. You don't look as intelligent as your children. Dressed the way you are right now.
Okay.
So maybe you want to elevate your game a little bit so they go, oh, that makes sense. Sharp guy, sharp kid.
You literally just said, if you got a goober mouth, the suit ain't going to hide nothing.
Well, keep your mouth shut, which I know you can't do.
No, but no,
every time you walk into a room, it's joke time.
But keep my mouth shut at the parent-teacher conference. So how do you feel about your child's year so far?
Just give a thumbs up.
I mean, Kimmy, do you remember how your parents dressed for like school events? Because my dad would just wear jeans and a hoodie for it.
Yeah,
but
I
your
don't think-
dad was your dad, man.
No, but I don't remember parents wearing suit and ties. Like dressed up to them was like, a collared shirt maybe and jeans.
And some kind of Looney Tunes character embroidered into a polo shirt.
Yep.
Tucked into a
something
braided
silly
belt.
in there.
Dude, I'm sorry, go ahead, Kimmy.
But I think like if you're a teacher, you also don't want that parent coming in looking like they're smarter than the room. Because I'm sure teachers all that
Tommy just had a memory flashback.
because the teachers already deal with parents thinking they know better, right? Like I'm sure now more than ever they get that. And I would think like if a parent walks in dressed like they're, coming from like the like a high-end office somewhere, like I'm going to assume as a teacher this person thinks they know more than me.
Ooh.
Well, don't F with my kid.
Oh,
Yes,
wait, so
yes.
you're
it's almost like not threatening, but more like I'm in control.
So it's
here.
intimidating.
Yeah, a little bit.
You know, she brings up a good point.
What's that?
Like, there are places where you think, like, hey, I'm presenting myself as positive here, where that suit has a negative connotation walking in. I mean, look, man, there's a reason why we call some people the suits.
Yeah, true.
It's like, oh, here come the suits. Everyone's excited. No, you don't say it like that.
And it would
they're
also
dicks.
be weird if she knew what you actually did for a living and knowing it doesn't require a suit.
Charlie Chuckle Chops on a radio show.
Yeah, if I'm a Chuckle Chops,
Bet your mom.
so now I shouldn't wear a suit? I'm confused as to what you're arguing.
No, but you should wear a suit and keep your mouth shut.
We got folks on Instagram writing us. Duffy on WCMF is the easiest way to get us. Leanne writes us, first of all, funny how the well-dressed guy in the room is the most uneducated with the gooberest mouth on earth. Danielle writes us on Instagram, going back to where you would dress up. My husband wears suits, but he wore one. My husband never wears suits, but he wore one when we signed our mortgage paperwork. He said he felt like an adult and wanted to dress like one.
Like he's going to get a good deal from the bank.
Well, I think it's already done.
Well, we'll take a few points off of this mortgage. I see you've got a pocket square, sir. Here's your calendar and a couple of pens.
But that's also an interesting idea.
Yeah.
Not what you said, stupid, with your gooberish mouth on earth. Dressing up when you feel like you're supposed to be an adult.
Huh.
Oh, like you're doing an adult thing,
Yeah.
like buying a car, buying
Like
a
you're going
house,
to the
taking,
bank.
or like taking your kid to a college for,
Maybe?
For a tour?
yeah.
Yeah.
Because I remember,
Here comes fancy time. Well, you go on one of them, you do a walkie-lookie.
so I got a picture of me. I'm 4 years old. My brother's going to college. We all went to check out the college back in the day.
Okay.
And it was in Kentucky. And we're all in suits and ties. My
Yeah.
mother and sister are in dresses and heels and pearls, the whole thing. 1964.
Okay.
I'm a 5-year-old kid in an effing suit.
It's funny because like that kid taking you around doesn't care.
Yeah, I don't even remember.
Like you don't
I'm
even
like,
really meet anybody that's gonna get you into the school.
But that
it's
was
literally just you're just there to look around.
but that's how you did back in the day.
yeah.
And then everything went to hell.
Class. That's what it says, though. It does say class.
Yeah, nothing says class like the Muley family.
Well, until we open up our mouths.
You read one book,
Yeah, you read them all.
We'll take one more call before we move on. 252 WCMF. Ben's got the last word. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good.
man.
Good to hear from you, buddy.
So, it's a love-hate relationship for dressing up with me. Like, I do like dressing up because, like, given a certain situation, yeah, I do feel like I look better. But at the same time, I absolutely hate it because I hate putting on ties. And I'm at 40 and I still have no clue how to tie a tie.
Okay, Ben.
You have many no clues, Ben.
Ben, you don't
Let's
know-
not start with ties.
I know.
You're
but,
40
yeah,
and you don't know how to
there's
tie.
ways
There's
around it.
YouTube for everything.
Yeah.
How? Okay, what?
I know. It's I'm the guy. I will tie it once and just leave it and loosen it up just enough so I can take it off over my head so I don't have to retie the stupid thing.
All right, when's the last time you wore a suit and tie?
My best friend's wedding.
Okay, other than like a wedding or a funeral.
That was the last time. Other than that, like even on a date, it's not like I wear a suit and tie for a date. I'll dress up and
Gets
wear
in the way of
clothes
the
that
action, baby.
I don't normally wear.
Can you give me an example? What shirt do you wear that you don't normally wear on a date, Ben?
Let's see. I have this like orange and black plaid shirt that I like to wear.
On
I
a
have black
date?
blue one.
Well, it depends on
Yeah,
where you're
man, I
going.
don't know. It's nice.
Were you
Like,
dating her on a road crew? An orange shirt on a date, and you're a big
He's always
dude.
gonna be waving you in the right direction.
But yes. You're a big dude, man. Don't wear orange.
Ben, thanks for the call,
Yeah.
buddy. Have a good. Go put your suit on,
Right,
buddy.
yeah.
There goes Ben. Why did his feelings are hurt? What did he think was going to happen?
I didn't tell him to call.
Just what I'm saying. Like, hey, let me tell you. Hey, it's Ben. Let me tell you about how I dress up
Yes.
to Tommy Muley. All right, let's take a break. You want a passionate relationship?
Oh, yeah.
Good sex, man. Right? She'll be following you around. He'll be following you around. Everything's wonderful. You're going to be together forever.
Yeah.
But passion, it cuts both ways. And that's something that someone out in Sodus may have found out the hard way.
Oh.
And this story is something we should all consider in our own relationship.
Little Soda's Point passion.
Yeah.
Little early in the season.
Well, this may not be a party story.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. passion matters in a relationship.
Yeah.
But the same passion that makes the love intense, that makes the sex amazing, can also turn against you.
All right.
And that might be the situation we're dealing with in this story. Because if they're hurt, they want you hurt.
All right.
And maybe they don't want to physically hurt you. But everyone knows what they can wreck to really mess up
Oh, yeah.
the person they love the most. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45. We are a show that can admit when we are wrong.
Okay.
But in this case, two things that have blown up in our face over the last couple of days. We were not wrong. We were not wrong. We just look wrong because weird things keep happening that make us look like idiots. Because today, we were waiting for our very special, beautiful boy to make an appearance on national television.
Ooh, what time?
Shut up. We'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, the weather is getting nice.
Oh, yeah.
So let's take a ride out to Sodas.
Nice area.
That's where we find a woman who police say did some damage.
What'd she do?
The woman, whose age we do not have, but looks to be in her 20s based on the mugshot,
All right.
was involved in some kind of domestic dispute. And it seems like it was an argument because there are no reports of a physical confrontation.
Okay.
But it's what police say she did after.
Oh.
Authorities say she took out whatever anger she had on a motorcycle.
Oh, man.
They say she contaminated the fuel line.
Oh, and oh, man.
Then she cut numerous components of the electrical system.
She went after this thing.
Messed that thing up good.
Oh, yeah.
She was arrested, charged with criminal mischief. She has a court date coming up. And, of course, if the allegations are true, Lieutenant Tommy of the Break Room Detective Agency knows exactly why this woman did what she did.
Oh, yeah.
Why is that?
She caught some dude messing. I tell you what.
Your mic's off.
Well, yeah.
No, go ahead, Kimmy. Or Tommy, I'm sorry.
He had somebody else on the back of that ride.
Oh, for God's sakes, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, and she saw it.
Well, what's interesting to me is...
And that's coming into summer, man. You screwed with his ride.
Is what she did, because she didn't, take a baseball bat to it.
No, she disabled it.
She, strategically disabled it. Was she hoping to, hurt this person?
She did.
I mean, physically hurt this?
Well, no, because
no.
cut the electrical.
You can't drive it.
Yeah, the fuel's
She contaminated
almost-
the fuel.
Yeah.
She cut the lines, man.
Yeah. You may not have even known at first what was wrong with it.
Yeah, he might have tried to
Yeah.
kick that thing over, and it's just sitting there.
Okay. Look, this whole
Man,
mess.
that's diabolical, man.
This whole-
That's one of the worst things you could do to a dude.
This whole messing thing, it could have been, Tommy, as simple as someone deciding to break up with her and it leading to this. Maybe he threatened to leave and she's like, you ain't going anywhere.
Or you always love this bike more than me.
Yeah. I mean, you can't always assume it's cheating.
With this one, it's messing.
You say that with everyone. With
I know.
this one, it's messing.
Anytime it's a vehicle.
Somebody
of some
else's
sort.
coochie was on the back of that seat.
For God's sakes. 252 WCMF. 252-9263.
And I also want to know what she contaminated that fuel line with.
Yeah, that's a good.
That's a good question.
That could be just about anything.
Well, what? There would be a difference? Like you could be able to tell things
Like
based on
how much effort it took to
Okay.
contaminate that. If you really want, made a super supreme effort to Google how to really destroy this
Well, it could
guy's
just be
bike.
something as simple as water.
I
It could
assumed
be could be sugar.
I assume sugar in the gas tank.
Yeah, you could drop. Yeah.
That's the go-to, right? But you're right. Maybe she did Google what can I put in a
Yeah.
gas tank if the allegations are true to really mess this thing up. All right. The phone number is 252 WCMF 252-9263. Do you think your partner has the ability to do something like this in them? And I want you to think of the possession that you love the most.
Yeah.
Whatever you treasure, it's your happy place.
Sure.
Is there an argument you could have that could lead to the destruction of that thing at the hands of your lover? Does your wife have it in her?
No, but the other two did. For sure.
What makes you so sure your wife does not have this in her?
I've never seen that side of her.
Okay.
Where I did see it in the other two,
Okay.
especially the first one.
So you don't think, well, I mean, in her defense, you monster,
What?
end of sentence. What do you mean, what?
What?
You said you married her and didn't love her. You just did it because you thought that's what you were
No,
supposed
but
to
I
do.
didn't tell her that.
You cheated on
Well,
her.
I mean-
You had a venereal disease.
It probably would have been nicer just to tell her that instead of doing what you did.
How dare you? Well, I have chlamydia. Mess up my sport coats. So your argument is
Yeah.
that women don't just all of a sudden appear with this. There are tells along the way.
I would think. For most women.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kimmy, would you agree with that?
I missed part of his point.
So I was asking, like, does the how many men believe their wife has it in them to destroy something they love? And Tommy said his first 2 wives, yes. His current wife, no. He's never seen it in her. And I'm asking, Kimmy, do you have to see tells along the way, or can women one day just snap and decide, I am destroying this thing you love?
I think you kind of would see the tells. Like, I think it's something like most people kind of grow out of, or you do it once and you. Like, looking back on it, you're like, wow, that was crazy, huh?
So even you women will look back on things you've done and been like, wow.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you live and you learn with relationships.
It's so funny how, like, nonchalant she is about it.
No, because
you destroy a motorcycle. You live and you learn.
Most people, I mean, there are some people that have a pattern, but most people looking back on a bad moment like that, they're embarrassed by it.
Okay. All right, Kimmy, you being the representative of all women on the planet in this room.
Yes.
I want a percentage. What percentage of women do you believe have this kind of destructive streak in them?
Percentage?
Is it a small percentage of women?
So we're saying like that could ever do it ever at some point in their life.
Let me put it this way.
Yeah.
Is it a small percentage of women that could at some point destroy a beloved item of their partner, or does every woman have this in them deep down if they get pushed to a certain point?
I don't think every woman has that. I mean, Can
you give me a percentage?
Let's say 35.
That seems low.
We'd hear way more stories if it was higher than that. Trust me.
That is the same number I had.
35.
That is the same number I had in my head. I was doing the math of girlfriends and wives that I've had, and it's about 35%.
All right, so let's talk about that. You argue it's
because, growing up, you have friends, you see them and their crazy behavior. Like, I would say there's a handful maybe that have done something or could do something. I think maybe other people just fantasize about it.
Okay, so Kimmy, let's walk down this 35% line as we talk about the story out in Sodus again. A woman who looks to be in her 20s was arrested after police say she destroyed a motorcycle after a domestic argument. She tampered with the fuel and cut some electrical components. She's been arrested, charged with a couple of things there. You argue 35% of women have this in them. Mm-hmm. Your argument for that was we would hear more stories.
Yes.
I disagree with that, and here's why.
What's that?
If you think every woman has this in them, they would have acted on it at some point in a bad relationship.
It's possible that has happened, and men don't know about
it.
Because
it's just,
their buddies would not share with their other buddies
True.
that my
Maybe.
girlfriend destroyed my TV, my motorcycle, my fill in the blank here, right? Because, one, if she's going to be sticking around, you don't want people to have a negative idea about her.
Okay.
Even more important, you don't want to look like a bitch who let this happen and didn't do anything about it.
Well, I'm trying to think, there's some gray areas of destroying things you love.
For example?
I get physically destroying things, but if she takes everything you own and just throws it out in the front yard,
okay,
is that considered part of that overall destroying what you love or embarrassing you publicly with all your crap's out of? And I just mean thrown out there.
Is there a difference though between embarrassing you and destroying yourself?
Well, you're dumping it out in
the
the yard.
destruction isn't necessarily in front of people or to put on a show. That's directly for you.
Okay, with those two things being said.
Because I think the chick that does that also has the ability to destroy whatever you love.
Okay, I would not have thought throwing...
That's why my CD rack is in the bushes.
I would not have thought that throwing things on the lawn would have been destruction. I guess that's open for
I've
debate.
seen a ton of that.
Yeah, I don't look at that as destroying something because now you're just picking up your stuff, unless she's throwing stuff out of the top window.
But it's just, well, that's what happened. I told you when I lived on Park Avenue, man, when I found that toaster next to my car.
Yeah, I guess that is destroying.
She threw it out the second this woman had relationship in the other busted ass apartment. Man, she chucked all that stuff out.
No, but I mean, to Kim, to Kimmy's point, I think there is also a line drawn between public and private.
Yeah.
Because as far as we know, unless this woman was arrested, this could have remained a private matter. This woman didn't want everyone to see what she was doing, if the allegations are true.
Yeah.
Whereas chucking everything out the window, destroying.
Embarrassing you versus hurting you.
But I put all those chicks in the same category, which probably, now that I think about it, I think my number's higher than 35 because all those chicks that assaulted me would have also effed up whatever I owned. I just assume if they will just assault you, they would also destroy whatever you love if you're not around.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a valid argument there, too.
So I got to put those crazy chicks in there, too. Y'all crazy. Y'all dangerous.
No, I mean, women are dangerous. I won't argue with that.
I don't know if I'm putting the person who wants to like dump your stuff out in front of your house and say I'm done with you is the same person that's going to sneak into your garage and destroy your car.
I'd say you're close. You're close, man, because that's a lot of physical work to drag all my stuff outside and dump it in the yard.
Take your crap back. I mean, it's not like she's lighting it on fire.
Yeah, but it's one thing to say, take your crap back here, leave it out of the house, and then versus chucking what he owns out of windows.
Right, like your garbage.
All right, 252 WCMF. We're having a hard time coming to a consensus here. There's a lot to consider.
Well, now that I'm thinking.
All right, but we have folks sitting on hold.
All right.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Nick. Hey, Nick, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, brother?
Good, man. What's up?
All right, so I'm going to agree with Tommy for once. I know it's rare, but I'm going to say it's definitely higher than 35. I think that most people do have the anger within them. It's just getting them to a point that they're willing to do it, whether that be, Tommy's like, yeah, he's getting some tushy on the side, whatever it is. Example, in my own relationship, I've been with her since 2014, 11 years.
Okay.
We bought a house 2017. We didn't have all the stuff we needed yet, as you usually don't when you buy a house. But I had a computer, which I had set up on the table in our living room. I was playing this game called RuneScape, and it's very life addicting.
Oh, you're a giant dork. Go on. I'm sorry, Nick.
Yeah. Anyways, there's a cord running across the living room floor. She trips on it, gets pissed at me. We get into it. She picks up my computer and smashes it on the table, dude.
She told you to pick up that cord, didn't she? Multiple times.
Oh, man. Funny thing, we have cords running now because she has to work from home.
How about that, Kimmy? But go on, Nick. I'm sorry.
So, yeah, I mean, she's sweet as pie, but I would have never thought she'd do something like that. And, we laugh about it these days, but I would have never thought it would come out. And I just think it takes the right combination of being pissed off to bring it out of a woman.
All right.
So, R.I.P. to that dude's bike. We don't know what happened, but I think it's easy.
All right, Nick, thank you for the
Mama
call,
done
buddy.
smashed the computer.
That's not the first time she tripped over that cord.
Oh, but I love
guarantee
how.
you.
But here's the thing. That's a scary story for a man who bought a house with a woman. You're going to spend the rest of your life
really
with him.
didn't see it coming.
But Kimmy's like, whoa, wait, did you
I mean, I get
How many times did you pick up the
it.
cord? She was right in smashing thousands of dollars worth of stuff.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
you
he was
ain't
playing
kidding.
games on it. What a dork.
He was also looking at
Like,
porn.
It's not. It's not even like he was using it for work purposes. I'm tripping over this cord because you want to play Roblox or whatever the hell the game.
Roblox, now you sound like Tommy. RuneScape, Kimmy, get
Is
the
that a
dorky,
different thing?
Get
I
the
don't
dorky
know.
game right. Paul writes us on Instagram. Again, we're talking about this woman out in Sodus. Police say after a domestic argument, she went and destroyed a motorcycle. She messed with the fuel. She cut some electrical components. She's been arrested. We're trying to figure out what percentage of women have it in them to destroy what their partners love the most in a fit of anger. Tommy and Kimmy agreed on 35%. Now, as we're talking, it's increasing.
Oh, I'm going up.
Nick just went with 100%.
Yeah.
Paul says it was about 30 years ago, but my friend at the time and I used to ride snowmobiles at the bar. His girlfriend showed up one night and destroyed his snowmobile, which was high-end at the time, with a crowbar. But he was cheating on her every chance he got. The entire bar went outside to watch before they told him, you monsters. You monsters.
Oh, my
man.
God, with a
Hidden
crowbar.
audience.
That is a pissed off country chick.
I will say, if you knew that was going on outside a bar, you'd have to go watch.
I
Oh,
tell
yeah.
him
You'd have to
first,
look.
though.
I
you'd
ain't
have to
getting near her
find
with a crowbar.
window.
I'm telling him. I'm not watching them and be like, hey, you're not going to believe what you just missed. Does all of this have to do with passion? Is that what it comes down to?
Sounds like it.
Well,
what else would it be?
It's been said, Thomas.
Yeah.
There is a thin line between love and hate.
Oh, yeah.
And the same passion that leads to her loving you hard, rocking your world in the bedroom,
Yeah.
does that also lead to her smashing the crap out all your
It
stuff?
could, right?
So then is that an acceptable trade-off for most men?
Snowmobile for great sex.
Crazy in the head, crazy in bed.
Yeah. I've
That
heard
doesn't exist by accident.
I know.
It kind of feels like, Tommy, there are lots of men that are willing to accept that trade-off in their lives.
You are until you're trying to find your side mirror in the bushes, right? Because
Until
she
it
just
costs
clipped
you.
your car.
I had asked how many women, what percentage of women are capable of this,
Yeah.
and we are now at 100%.
Yeah. Now we have the new tariffs in. It's really driving up the number.
I think maybe the more important number to
Yeah.
ask is how many men would stay with a woman who did this with them, percentage?
I think
Well, it depends on where you're at in the relationship, right? Like that guy bought a house with this woman. I'm assuming they were married or something. You're kind of locked in. But let's say you're a year in just to a casual relationship where you're not playing house yet.
Sure. Sex is good.
Sex is good, but you just saw she just also took out your fish tank.
Well, you shouldn't have a fish tank as a dude.
I mean, you
anyway.
got guppies all over the shag. What are you gonna do?
Guppies on the shag sounds like a 60s like Hulk Hogan kind of song. I'm sorry, Kimmy, you were saying?
Well, I think that there are two factors here that you also have to consider. One, how much money did that cost you?
Oh yeah.
Like how much damage was done? How can you afford to have somebody who destroys your things?
Yeah.
Two, what was the reaction to? Like, because if it's cheating, which is what we always assume, maybe you feel more like I had a hand in it. Whereas if it's a cord that somebody trips over and she smashes it, you might be a little scared.
Okay, you literally
Not
just
knowing-
justified her smashing that computer.
Oh, she's been wanting to the whole time.
I know, but I'm saying, like, if you really did not see it coming in this person and
Right.
you don't really understand where the anger came from,
Okay.
I could understand why that might scare you out of the relationship.
I get what you're saying, but I guess, like, even if you are cheating, which obviously is wrong,
Mm-hmm.
right? There is nothing that justifies you destroying my things.
But when
There
she's
is
doing
nothing...
it, you're like, oh, I know why she's doing this.
Well, yeah, I can know why you're stabbing me. It doesn't mean that it's a good
Yes.
reason to stab me.
No,
Right.
I'm not saying you should destroy things because somebody's cheating. My thing is, I can see you justifying staying with somebody if you feel like you messed up first.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I think, look, if you want to stay, you're looking for a reason. If you don't want to stay, you're using it as an excuse.
Yeah.
But, I mean, based on the guys we know, there are lots of guys that stay through this.
Yeah, but I also know guys that, run, baby, run.
All right, let's take a break. Look, we can admit when we're wrong. Well, 2/3 of the show can admit
Yeah,
when we're
absolutely.
wrong. But we weren't wrong. This just keeps changing and making us look like idiots. In fact, there were two things that we were very much looking forward to today involving sports. One with the Bills, one with the team here in town, that after we told you this was the case, it ain't the case anymore. And I'm sick of this. I'm sick of it.
But I've never heard of this happening before.
Right? Is there something else going on?
Might be some dirt.
No.
Who
it's
knows?
a little suspicious.
Come on.
Don't agree with him. We'll get into it next on CMF. we do a pretty good job of making ourselves look dumb on our own.
Mm-hmm.
But this story, which we have not gotten wrong, we have gotten none of this wrong.
Okay, all right.
Keeps making us look like the dumbest people on the planet.
We're just along for the ride, I guess.
Seriously. And in fact, Kimmy, there was something else that we talked about yesterday we were all excited about
Yeah.
tonight that is also changed, maybe.
Okay.
Not happening?
You hang it out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. All right, tonight. Oh, by the way, Hate Mail of the Week coming up in just a second.
Okay.
More hate aimed at Tommy because he doesn't understand the relationship between real men and these things in their front yards. Just after 8, Hate Mail of the Week here on CMF. The NFL schedule release is tonight.
Big show, right?
Yes, 8 p.m. It's 3 hours long.
And they're breaking down every game.
They will do that on 2 channels, ESPN and the NFL Network. Although the NFL, usually the teams will put out their schedules right at 8 o'clock, so you don't have to watch the whole show.
Yeah.
All right, so Monday, we were all excited because Josh Allen, our beautiful baby boy,
Yeah.
was scheduled to appear on the Today Show
Wait, national television.
on NBC.
Wow.
Yep. And we assumed that meant he was going to announce a very big
Yeah, we
game.
thought something was coming because there were a bunch of other like signature games being released by certain networks, and what they had coming up. So we're like, oh, this must be the big one for was it NBC?
NBC, yeah.
NBC.
So what did he say when he got on TV?
So
That
we-
Monday morning.
We waited all Monday morning.
We sure did.
He never showed up.
Nope.
And you started making fun of us. But it turns out he was booked.
Okay.
And for some reason, the schedule changed.
Got pushed
Okay, but they
back.
don't tell you why.
No, they did not tell us why.
All right.
So Monday night, it was confirmed. NBC affiliates were emailed that Josh Allen would, on Wednesday today,
Damn.
between 9 and 10, be appearing on the Today Show.
So we're almost there. Another hour.
Well, it seems that is also not happening.
Why?
Don't know, but
I mean, that's
apparently
sketchy as crap,
It is a
bro.
little weird.
Well, I mean, why
Because-
would they not? They're always searching for news stories. They don't want this kid on. What
Well, I
happened?
would
Unless
just think a network doesn't tease something like that unless at some point it was set in stone that this person was going to be on.
All right, so I got two thoughts. Either A, Josh has something going on where he just
What's he
can't
got
make it.
going on? It's off season.
His fiance is in the biggest movie on the planet.
He ain't in it.
We also found out that he is getting married at the end of the month because Deion Dawkins, Bill's offensive lineman, can't keep his mouth shut.
Next
Yeah.
week.
So
yeah,
yeah,
but it isn't like he's doing anything for that wedding. He's a rich guy. The planner's doing
look,
it.
I'm just saying it could be something going on in his life.
Yeah.
Could it be? And I'm asking.
Sounds sketch, bro.
Okay, it's not sketchy.
Maybe Dion ruined this whole appearance for him.
By running his mouth. Oh, wait, was it announced he was getting
Well,
married?
maybe he's not there to take questions about his wedding, and maybe the fear is like people are going to ask him about that. and
Okay, good call.
I don't know.
The other thought would be
Yeah.
that he was going on Monday to announce a game, or today to announce a game, and the NFL hasn't completely rock solided the schedule yet, but that wouldn't make
But
a lot of sense.
they're going to make
By
the announcements
today.
tonight.
Yeah, I know. Unless there's like things that are changing, like parts that are moving. I don't know. I
Bro,
don't
you're
know.
dancing around. Something else is going on here. I'm not saying Josh.
You just said sketch.
I didn't say who, but there's some dirt, bro.
With who?
I don't know. I've been hearing.
What do you
Whole
hear?
Sal's have been saying.
No, they haven't.
And
All
those
the
jerks
Sal's.
in the bar room, bar stool, they're all saying, man.
The barroom barstool.
Yeah. And the sports geek, he's running his mouth.
Shut up.
And the sports babe.
So for the third day, we look like complete idiots.
Yeah.
Not. We're just giving you the information we are given. And every yesterday, when it comes out that he won't be on, my Twitter and Instagram, just tens of people. Oh, you're so dumb. You're so stupid. But that wasn't the only thing that made us look stupid.
So what else happened?
Tonight, your Rochester Americans take the ice for their second round, the AHL's third round of
All right.
playoffs against the Laval Rocket. Game 1 at the Blue Cross Arena, I believe 7 p.m. puck drop. Last week, we found out via press release that all games, all 5 potential games
Yeah.
between Laval and Rochester will be aired on MSG. Very excited.
All right.
Okay.
Wait, so they moved Paul McGuire? Love that show.
Yesterday,
Yeah.
the Amerks put out a statement on their social media pages saying the game will not be broadcast because of some regional issue.
Man, what
Scheduling
what can
conflict.
I have on the MSG?
No, I think it may have to do with
The Knicks?
No, well, no, because the Knicks
Was there a national?
they'd
they're
be on
there.
national TV. I think it more has to do with they are not allowed to broadcast within like Rochester if the game is in Rochester and not sold out.
Are you
Oh,
kidding me
that
with
makes
this
sense.
picky ass minor league
Oh,
stuff?
I don't think that's the Amerks call.
I'm
Yeah.
saying, but still.
And
why
I'm
would-
speculating, by
All
the way.
right.
This could all, but by the way, that statement that was all over their social media pages yesterday, it looks like it's been taken down.
So it is going
I
to be on.
don't know because they came out yesterday and said it won't be on.
What's your boy Catalan is saying?
I haven't seen anything.
Well,
from
he's
Catalan.
he's anti MSG.
What do you? What? Well,
Because
yeah,
he wants
it's
everybody on 13.
a lot of sodium.
Yeah. That boy's got a lot of sodium in him.
But yeah, you saw his balls in the shorts, in the tight shorts.
Bro, they were.
So I don't know now if the game is or isn't being televised on MSG because I went back last night to look for the statements and I couldn't find them.
And none of your boys would say?
I haven't seen anybody talking about it. The game, there are tickets available for the game tonight.
All right.
So
is that sold out?
I think there's a few thousand left. It's Wednesday night.
Oh, yeah.
But Friday, there will be a pregame block party out in front of the arena.
Well, that's going to be nuts.
Those are always a really good time.
Yeah.
So tonight, Amerks take the ice against Laval. Friday, the Amerks take the ice. And again, it looks as if the game will not be televised now.
That sucks.
Maybe they're televising the away games. That would give us a clue if it's like a blackout
thing.
restriction regional thing. But we'll see. I don't know.
All right.
I don't know.
So enjoy tonight. Maybe, maybe not.
That's what I got for you.
All right.
The three things we've been teasing all week: Josh on the Today Show, watch the Amerks on TV, and the schedule release show for the NFL. One of them is happening.
Or you can always listen to it.
Oh yes, you're right. On our sister station, The Fan, 950.
So if Josh isn't on TV today and the schedule comes out tonight,
Yes.
you don't need him after that because now you're going to know. So what would be the big announcement?
Unless
then?
he was never going to make an announcement.
His personal life? Who cares?
Yeah. Okay. I do.
Do you think the nation cares that Josh Allen's getting married? Outside of West
yeah,
Virginia?
absolutely.
Man, nobody cares.
Okay.
I mean, here, yes.
No, I don't think you.
Do you think people in Chicago or in L.A. care that Josh Allen's getting married?
I don't think you understand, and you're just going to yell at me.
No, I'm not going to yell. I'm going to
You're
be
going to yell
calm.
at me, but Kimmy can back me up. I don't think you understand what a star his fiance is.
She's a big actress.
Okay.
The actress that was nominated for an Oscar is a B actress.
What was she nominated for?
True Grit.
True Grit, I think.
Yeah.
Man, if she was barely in that thing.
You didn't watch.
You
it,
didn't
did
see that movie.
With John Wayne? She had to be a baby. Hey, baby.
I do
Shot a baby?
I do want to
John
point
Wayne
out.
did some nasty stuff back in the day, bro. If you didn't listen to John Wayne.
I do want to point out real quick because we're on a streak here. That block party that you mentioned,
Yes.
may be pending due to weather.
Damn it! Come on!
We'll see the
So
weather.
I don't want to like jinx anything.
Damn it!
But
damn
I
it.
would keep your eye on that.
Well,
if you plan
that
on
you
going.
can't.
Well, no, because everything we say is just not
Yes.
happening this week.
60% chance of rain.
Tommy Muley survives before Friday.
I'm checking your weather.
No,
out.
I'm just saying Tommy Muley will be.
Oh, no, it's in the morning. You're fine.
He's not paying attention.
No, I'm listening.
I just realized I
What?
just got a glimpse of you on the camera.
Yeah.
Your slate tracksuit. You blend in. You
You
look
look like a head
You
on
look
a
like
chair.
you know what he looks like? That couch from Pee Wee's Playhouse.
Talking couch?
Yes.
Yeah.
What was the couch's name?
Oh no.
Don't act like you don't know, you nerd ass bitch.
I don't know.
Okay, let's take a break. It's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. You know what that means?
Hate.
For some reason, the hate the last 2 weeks has been directed
I
squarely.
don't get it, man.
Not on purpose.
Trying to be cool.
You do not understand the relationship between men and these things.
Yes, I do, man. I grew up in an area where this was very prevalent.
Okay. All right. Well
And
then.
you know what I speak of.
Well then, why are you so anti this?
Oh, I'm going to tell you why when you give me this guy's explanation.
Okay.
And I'm going to prove him wrong.
Okay. All right. That's fair because this man says what is in his front yard that town and village governments are begging people to take out is
Yeah.
not junk. In fact, it is a link between him
It's heritage.
and a new generation.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. Hate Mail of the Week on CMF. get some people mad, Tommy.
What I do?
I tried to warn you. This stuff is not junk to these people. Some of them see the value.
Okay.
A lot of them have emotional attachment.
Oh, boy.
And in this specific case, we have both. Because when you try to tell people how to live on their own property, you're going to get pushback.
All right.
But when you tell them you're here to take away something they own, well, buddy, you just left the... No, let me try again. Well, buddy,
Yeah.
you just let the wolf out of the cage.
You walking on the fighting side of me, son.
I know 10 badasses in this town.
And 9 of them sent me birthday cards.
Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock, hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. It is time for Hey Mail of the Week. And about 2 weeks ago,
Yeah.
we shared with you a plea from towns, villages, and cities across the state of New York.
Yeah.
Get your junk cars out of your front lawns. And they define junk cars as, quote, the vehicle's wrecked, stored, discarded, dismantled, or partly dismantled. It is not in condition for legal use on the highway. Its condition would cost more to put it back on the road than the value of the car. And when I told you this story, Tommy, you applauded.
Yeah. Because it looks low-end trash.
Okay.
Sad. It's depressing.
Mm-hmm.
You're like living in a junkyard.
Okay. One car is like living in a junkyard.
One junk car makes your house look like a junkyard.
No,
Yeah.
one junk car means you have a hobby that maybe you haven't gotten to yet.
It was for a decade. You haven't gotten around to it yet.
Okay. You shook the tree, and I tried to stop you. I tried to warn you that there are some folks where
The
these
junk car crew.
Well, yeah, I guess it's junk car crew, Kimmy. These cars are more than just pieces of metal to them. But you didn't want to listen. And now
Yeah.
you have to feel the wrath
All right.
of Calvin.
Calvin.
Calvin is coming for you. Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, wanting Tommy to listen.
I'm listening.
Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
My name is Calvin, and I want to tell Tommy Muley something important. Not you or anyone else is coming to take the 2 cars I have on my land because those belong to me, and they're not hurting anyone. What like Tommy cannot understand because they don't know how to build, rebuild, or create is the value in some of the things you see as junk that people own. I have a 1978 Chevy Nova. It does not run or drive, and it looks really bad. I bought it on Craigslist, got a great deal, had it brought to the house, and it's been sitting since 2022. My grandson is 10, and this summer, we're going to start getting it ready to get it back on the road. It's bonding time with my grandson and my son all together. It's teaching him a mechanical skill that people don't learn anymore. But the biggest thing for me, it's no one else's damn business but mine what I am doing in my yard with my things and my family.
Ow!
I paid for the house, you didn't. I paid for the car, you didn't.
Yeah.
To be honest, Tommy Muley, you don't do anything but sit on your little tiny ass and say stupid things about topics you do not understand.
Ow! By the way, he didn't sign his name because he
No.
already told us
Well,
his
no,
name.
he said
was
it in the
Calvin.
beginning, yes. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
Calvin.
Did he start it? That was my favorite.
He said his full name.
Can
Yeah.
you start it from the beginning? Because that
Yeah.
was one of my favorite starts of
Yeah.
a letter ever. I'm Calvin, and here's what I have to say. Go ahead, Kimmy.
My name is Calvin, and I want to tell Tommy Muley something.
Calvin is here.
Here's my take.
He's coming in hot.
Fair enough. He put his name on it. We'll give him some credit.
Yeah, sure. And look, he's passionate, obviously, based on the way that he wrote it. Tommy, do you have a retort to the points that Calvin just
Yeah,
made?
let me tort his ass.
Go ahead.
It's a generational hobby.
Okay, it's not a hobby if it doesn't work. Like, you're not a See, real mechanics have things that run, not something
Well,
that
he's not
sits
there
and
yet.
rusts.
Okay.
He bought this thing, and by the way, he got a great deal on a piece of junk on Craigslist.
What, he said he bought
And
it on
it's sat
Craigslist.
in his yard now for over 3 years.
Okay.
And he's waiting. Now he's going to throw his grandson under the bus. Say, I'm going to wait till my grandson's old enough so we can have this bonding moment. He's full of crap, man. If you were any good of a mechanic, you'd have that thing up and running. You're not a mechanic, man. You bit off more than you could. Anytime I see guys like that with the cars, you don't know what you're doing. You're weekend warrior. You think you're Mr. Goodwrench. You ain't.
Oh.
You sad.
You're going to need a security detail the way you're running your mouth now because you thought Calvin
You know
was hot
I'm right.
before. We had to put you in a bulletproof vest with guys in suits walking around.
Look at your daddy.
What about him?
He bought all that junk and it just sat there.
Well, no, he
was
actually-
always going to get to it.
There is a correction. My dad bought that stuff running.
Oh,
he just
true.
turned it into junk. There is a big difference.
Yeah, I think guys that have all that crap in their yard are lying to themselves, you're not the man you think you are.
Okay. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Everything Calvin said in his letter was a valid argument.
I thought it was all wrong.
But wait, let's even give you what you just said.
Okay.
All right? Like that he doesn't know what he's doing.
Right. It would be working.
He lives there. You don't live there. Right? The stuff he has, the home, the yard, the actual card, he pays for them. You don't.
Yeah, but he's creating a hazard.
He has a plan for them.
No, he does not.
He does.
Wait for my grandson. We're going to bond together, and then one day he'll have a yard full
I
of
do
crap.
have a question in general. What project could you delay for multiple years that you will ever get around to doing? Like, I think like if you bring that in and you work on it little by little from the start, I'll give you some. I might believe that you're actually going to do something with this. But if you buy it and it sits untouched for years, you're never getting around
Of course.
to it.
All right.
And I think that's like most projects. Like if you start something and then you let it sit, you're done with that project. It's so hard to get to it once you've
That
once
thing
you've-
is abandoned like a fat girlfriend.
once it's just become like you don't even see it anymore.
I said it, and I'll stand behind it.
Normally, I would agree with you,
Yeah.
Kimmy.
Yeah.
I think the exception is in this letter because he's waiting for his grandson to get to an age where he can
Which
help
is
participate.
BS, man. But he's just throwing the grandkid under the bus. Like he's using that grandkid as a shield because he's a lazy guy that can't do nothing.
By the way, you didn't catch him with this car. He wrote us the letter. It's not like you were like, hey, and he's like, no. And he threw his grandson in front of you.
But that's what he uses. He drags his grandkid into it.
And the
Little
assumption
Fester.
is
That's
that
his name.
Why would you hurt the kid?
I just named him Fester.
You just get so worked up. Now you're just taking shots at everybody.
Little
you're
Fester.
You're like John Wayne at True Grit shooting at babies.
his intention is to save this for his grandkid, but there's no guarantee that the grandkid even wants to do it.
Or wants to hang out with his lame ass.
Well, I mean, he could, but I mean, a 10-year-old kid could get bored in 10 minutes.
Well, he's got a 78 Chevy Nova. Are we not going to talk about what a cool car that is?
It was in 1978 when you got a piece of crap that when Carter was president.
252-WCMF.
It's probably not even an SS.
Hate mail of the week. Shut up, you non-mechanically inclined
You know
bitch.
I'm right, man. That ain't no super sport.
Again, Calvin writes us talking about he's furious at Tommy for his takes on junk cars last week. Says he bought it was a 78 Nova, right?
Yeah.
In 2022 on Craigslist. He said it's sitting in his yard. It is his car. He's planning on working
My
on it
property.
with his 10-year-old grandson starting this summer, and he's all up in Tommy's craw. Because that's what a guy with a Nova he's rebuilding would
Yeah.
do. Get up in your craw. Saying that it's his life. This is his thing. Do not get in his business. Mind your own damn business.
And I'll tell you why this letter is a lie. Because he never mentioned once any car that he fully fixed up and got back on the road. Because any guy that does this will want to tell you about every car that they turn from junk to a Roadmaster.
Okay.
He didn't mention one car. He's never done this.
So what if he's never done it?
Which means, to Kimmy's point, he's never going to do this. It's a myth, man.
Bad.
And I think it's pretty rare, too, that you buy something like this as a project and let it sit and you don't have like minimum of 5 other projects sitting somewhere with an intention to do it later.
Okay.
That house is a crap hole.
Oh, for God's sake.
It is.
252-WCMF. All right. I have argued.
He's got 7 ladders on the side of his house, minimum.
How many ladders do you have?
Oh, they're all in the garage, and they're stacked up according to size.
252-WCMF. I have argued all that I can. Maybe there are other people that
Okay.
can get through to you, too. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Louie. Hey, Louie. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, I got I'm looking at 4 ladders.
Why don't you go stand under 'em?
And I painted my garage, and I painted over them. All right, now, if I buy a car, and like you said, for a project,
Yeah.
if I'm not gonna get to it, I'll leave it for my grandkids.
There you go. You bought it. It's his thing. It's Louie's property.
Wait.
These are my grandkids.
You're going to buy something and die and leave it to your grandkids to drag to the curb?
Hold on, wait.
I ain't
I'm
going
going to buy
anywhere.
something.
I'm just like your cars.
I have an idea, but I never get to it. But if it's, an old car, why not? Just let it sit. You know what I mean?
Louis, you're
Like
not
a
helping my
barn-
cause
like
here,
a
buddy. I
barn-
thought you had a better argument. Louis, you're
Well,
killing me here,
but he's
Louis.
saying, if he doesn't
Like a
get to it,
barn
maybe the
find,
grandkids
like a
will.
barn find.
It's a raccoon
in
nest.
Years.
No, he brings up something. Louis,
What's
thanks for the
that?
call. He said the word barn find. Do you know what he's referencing there?
No.
What do you say?
All right, so barn find.
Yeah, they find them at these old farms and stuff like that. When they clean these joints out.
And it's become a very popular term for guys of a certain age based on the popularity of the History Channel show American Pickers.
Yeah.
Right? This is why all of this antique and junk car stuff has gotten popular again. And there's something we did not consider when we talked about these, quote, junk cars
Yeah.
in the first place. These cars, tractors, boats, bikes, whatever, they are pieces of American history.
Oh, they actually are. They're Americana.
No, they're American ingenuity.
But
The
you're-
Indian
but you're-
motorcycle.
Wouldn't you say that you're not doing them any favors by just keeping it and letting it rot? Like if you really wanted to preserve that history,
yeah,
like you
yeah.
would actually
That's how
take
you
on
treat
that
America?
project
But hear
and
me
try to
out.
do
History?
something with it.
If they do have that
Want to
plan,
go scuff up Lady Liberty next time?
got that?
Yeah, let her rust.
This stuff was made so well that even decades later, with little to no care, there's still enough of it around where you can rebuild them. And I think, if I'm going to get romantic and patriotic for a second, let me get on my soapbox. Excuse me. It's a connection to an America that isn't here anymore.
But look how you're treating the connection
The
to
point
America.
that I am making
What?
is, if I believe I can do this, and go back to the days of the 60s, 70s, and 80s where guys in their driveway would have the hood up and we'd all be working together on something, why would you want to take that away from him? And if Calvin does rebuild this 78 Chevy Nova, that is one more Nova back out on the road, that we are not losing to the cruelty of time,
Right, let's start burning leaded gas again with Calvin.
is keeping that history alive not important to you?
But you're not keeping it alive, man. Like, you're not the island of Cuba where you've got 57 Chevys still running today.
But yeah, way to go with American patriotism to communism.
We should be more patriotic like the Cubans. They literally treat our aging cars better than we do.
Because they don't have any other option.
But they do it.
Look,
They don't ride the donkey. They get on the Chevrolet or the Buick or the Oldsmobile.
I do think that there is. I think the mentality of purchasing these things
You're a dreamer.
for somebody else, because even like Louis was talking about, like he may not get around to it, but it's for my kids or grandkids. But now you're kind of sticking them with that
Thank you.
responsibility,
Okay.
you know? And like even if your intentions are good, like you're trying to preserve this for somebody, it could just become somebody else's headache later
and
on.
you think you big D energy, and you ain't, man.
Big D energy.
You do, man.
Did you say Big D energy, you old ass bitch?
You think you big D energy, but you little wiener man with your Nova, your rusted out Nova. That's low. You got a low rider, but it aged into a low rider.
Little Weeder Man is one of my favorite songs. Didn't it sound a lot like that Butterfly song from the other day?
I'm a little wiener man, fly away, little wiener man.
Before we go to the phone,
Yeah.
and go, we got folks writing us on Instagram too. Tommy, your argument that you're making would be fine if I didn't know that you just wanted to throw everything away.
I do.
You want to get rid of the things.
I want to keep the economy moving forward.
You want to get rid of the
I'm
things.
a progressive.
You want to
I'm
get rid.
AI and chip, baby.
You want to get rid of the things that made your generation and the generations before you special. And to me, that doesn't make much sense.
But there's new special on the horizon.
Calvin here makes an impassioned plea for the sake of his grandson. He's going to teach him a skill that, frankly, is being lost.
He's going to teach him a skill he ain't got.
How many guys you know that can still work on a car? Under 30.
Not many.
Not many. Is that not valuable for the kid? Is that not noble of Calvin? If you have a grandson and you have a grandson that you want to share stuff from your childhood with. How do you not understand what this man is saying?
I am going to teach my grandson that when things break, you throw them out and you go get new ones.
How do you throw out a grandpa? Broken grandpa. Broken little wiener man grandpa.
Sing us a song, little wiener man.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Sean. Hey, Sean, how are you, buddy?
What's up?
Yo.
My name is Tommy. I'm a non-mechanical little bitch.
Oh, that was a hard bitch.
What are you going to do? Teach your grandson how to mix drinks, Tommy?
Yeah, Tommy.
Can you do that?
No, I wouldn't do that. All right, so you're on Calvin's side here, Sean.
This is Mr. Mechanic.
All day.
What's the last thing?
You know,
go ahead. What
I've got
have you
three-
fixed up?
I got 3 boys, and I'm teaching them how to fix things because there's some days you can't afford to take it to a garage.
Ah.
And if it's something obvious, you can fix it yourself.
So what's the last thing you taught your boys?
Huh?
What's the last thing you taught your boys?
Listen, Tommy.
Yeah, let me tell you something.
Thank God you've never had any kids. Because if you did, this world would be screwed.
Well, I didn't
That'd be a
really-
pretty powerful kid.
Yeah.
Sounds like he'd be president or
Well, I
something.
mean, Sean, you could answer the question. It was a simple question.
Because
What
he
have
ain't
you?
done nothing, man.
I teach my kids how to fix things.
Okay, so like, what are you guys working on now? What's the
Yeah,
last
what's
thing
the
you
big
worked on?
project? Summer project.
Summer projects?
Yeah, but you got it going on.
How to get the lawnmower up and running?
Oh, it's a good project.
I believe you just put gas in it, but go on.
Says man who now pays someone else to do his lawn.
So sweet,
You
bro.
bitch, that
Yeah,
little
exactly.
wiener lawn man. Little wiener lawn man.
My name is Tommy, and I have a little pee-pee.
Oh, you got double bitch voice, and he took a shot at your penis.
And a pee-pee.
Sean, thanks for the call, buddy. He's got kids. Of course he says pee-pee.
Yeah.
There are people on your side.
All right.
Nicole writes us on Instagram. Again, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. What's the difference between a 7-year-old and a 10-year-old, referring to Calvin waiting for his grandson to become 10? How many years will it take to be complete? The kid's going to be in college by the time it's done. He needed to start earlier. I'm with Tommy.
Yeah, that guy's going to die mid-project. You're going to find Grandpa also in the front yard with grass growing around him.
What a monster.
I think you also have to accept too that it's going to take you time and it's going to,
Cost
more. Like you have to be willing to spend that money.
You got to go buy parts for that thing. A 78 Nova. You imagine what the parts go for that on something like that?
I would assume they remake these parts pretty easy.
But they got to be a fortune, man.
I don't know if it's cheaper to make these parts now.
What do you think? There's a warehouse of 78 Nova parts?
I mean, I bet if Kimmy Googled.
It's a bunch of rebuilds.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's good enough.
And the tariffs?
That would be a problem.
And the taxes.
I didn't think about the taxes.
Which is a tariff.
Give me a part of a 78 Nova to look up.
Nah,
Carb. 4-barrel.
Tommy's just saying words he heard tougher men say when he was a
Give me a
child.
4-barrel.
All right, John's got the last word on CMF. John, what do you got, buddy?
Tommy's going to end up saving his vintage porn for his grandson.
For God's sakes, John. John, are you a junk car guy in the front lawn?
No.
Nobody rubs out the Seca every night.
Great call, John.
I think he's doing it now.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Yeah, go upstairs, look at your vintage porn.
All right, let's take a break.
Go watch a porno book.
Oh, that went too far.
Go watch it. All right, we're gonna throw the shifter of this Chevy Nova into a hard reverse here.
My chest.
Because, God, I hope you're dying. There is an under the radar scandal kind of happening.
Really?
In the city of Rochester involving the biggest festival that they do every year. Because there was a lot of excitement when it was announced this guy
yes.
was going to be coming and performing, right? Legend.
Yeah.
And last week, some not so great allegations showed up. We know that this show is still going to happen based on a story done in City Magazine, and we're going to break it all down because it's quite complicated. On one hand, we live in a country where you are innocent until proven guilty.
That is true.
On the other hand, it's not, the government that is scheduled this show, even though it kind of is, and now he's a representative of your city on a grand scale, and if these allegations are, we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. this is a very complicated situation.
What happened?
It has the city of Rochester in a bad spot.
Yeah.
Because on one hand, you have this very famous person facing some horrific allegations that the city is welcoming with open arms for a big-time event last month.
Yeah.
But at the same time, innocent until proven guilty, right?
Right, that's true.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Next month, the Rochester International Jazz Fest kicks off. And this year, the big headliner is Motown legend Smokey Robinson. That sounds different now.
A little bit.
Okay, that has become a little bit of a problem.
Yeah.
If you haven't heard, over the last 2 weeks, 4 women, former housekeepers of Robinson, have come forward and accused him of sexual assault. And if you'd like to see the specific allegations, you can Google them. They are deeply disturbing.
Yeah.
They're suing him. So these are not criminal charges as of now.
Yeah.
And Robinson's lawyer, over the last couple of days, has come out and vehemently denied the allegation.
Well, there you go.
So City Magazine
Yeah.
put out a story yesterday.
What did they say?
The Rochester International Jazz Fest show featuring Smokey Robinson, despite the allegations, will go on as planned.
Well, I'm guessing he's on a summer tour,
He is actually.
right?
As of now, none of the shows, as far as we know, that he has been on have been canceled. He's got a show the night before he comes to Rochester, and then he's going on a tour of the UK at some point too. All of the shows as of right now are still happening, including the one of Rochester. However, the folks who booked the show, the city of Rochester, have not released any statement past the show is happening.
Has anybody contacted Awkward Productions? Because it's going to be weird, man.
Okay.
Because how does he even interact? Because we talked about this off air. Like, there's always an interaction with the crowd.
Yeah, like the in-between
Yeah,
stories and
by the way,
stuff.
the older the legend, the longer the story.
Yeah.
That's going to be weird.
Yep. Yeah. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Is the show happening as planned, with the allegations now public, the right call? And I'm sorry, go ahead, Kimmy.
I do have a question. What percentage of that audience, though, do you think is even really aware?
Oh, it's a big story. You can't type his name without seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're buying tickets to see Smokey Robinson,
If
you're
you're my
probably
age,
aware of.
You watch the news.
Yeah.
It's out there.
All right.
But to your point, there may be people that are going to the show that do
Like
not know.
maybe they
this.
heard something about it, but they never actually looked into it, kind of thing.
You're probably going to hear about it in line going to the show.
Yeah.
True.
All right. So what makes this more complicated and uncomfortable?
Yeah.
Is this show involves the city of Rochester. This isn't some private booker just putting together a concert where you can go, look, you can come if you want. We know the allegations are here. Vote with your dollar. You could make the argument that the Jazz Fest is Rochester, New York's premier annual event.
Oh, it is.
Like, the city spends money. It brings in tourists.
It's a hit.
Every politician in the greater Rochester area comes out to shake hands and make themselves seen. Now you have your headliner facing these allegations, and the show's going to happen despite that.
But this is, we talked about this off air. This isn't the first time they brought in somebody that had a past. Woody Allen came with his Dixieland band.
Yep.
And also,
Yeah. And I you're right. It is the same. I mean, he was even like deposed with that.
Oh, yeah, like,
there's
yeah,
court
yeah.
documents involving
Right.
all that stuff. But
Yeah.
again, just because it's happened in the past
true.
doesn't mean like even.
But I guess they've worked through it before, I guess, so that's why they're not maybe canceling or, you know.
Well, I would argue that was even more uncomfortable.
Oh, yeah.
Because you booked him knowing.
Oh, yeah, it was already done.
That being
Yeah.
said, that was like 20 years ago, right?
No, a few years.
Could you
sure.
Google when Woody Allen was at the Rochester
It
Jazz
was a
Fest?
while.
Oh,
back.
yeah, it's got to be over 10 years.
Okay. I think you can make the argument when it comes to an optics
Yeah.
thing. 20 years ago, the way we handle this stuff as a society,
Oh, true.
hell of a lot different
Yeah.
than the way we have been handling this stuff. All right, Kimmy, what year was he here?
I'm trying to find out the actual year.
Okay. All right, let me ask you.
Yeah.
All right, Tommy,
2010?
2010. So that
I think?
was 15
Yeah.
years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tommy, you are the king of the city of Rochester. Whatever you decide is what will be. Your city is attached to this man coming to the show with the allegations he's facing. do you let the show happen?
I think at this point you do. I mean, if it was earlier, but if you've already booked him, you've already put out all the press, all the print, everything else, all the advertising, and he hasn't been convicted of anything, I think you may be legally bound to book him because, like, what do you? I haven't been charged with anything.
I wonder if when you see these things get canceled, isn't it usually the artist that like pulls out of their tour? It's not so much the venue that cancels it; it's the artist that just says, for whatever reason, tour's on pause or tour is canceled.
So we have seen musicians, comedians also.
Well,
that's been
Cosby pushed through it, right? Because Cosby came to town when all those allegations came out.
That was in the very beginning. It was later when things got louder.
But he kept going, though, for a while.
But those venues did pull.
Yeah.
And, like, there have been musicians where venues have come out and said, look, we're not going to have them.
But I think at the timing of this one, I think you're stuck.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, Smokey Robinson is the headliner for the Rochester International Jazz Festival, one of them. He is facing allegations from 4 different women over the last 2 weeks, former housekeepers, who say he sexually assaulted them. And, again, I don't want to get into the allegations. They're not good, obviously.
Yeah.
You can Google them yourself. But a story in City Magazine yesterday says that the Jazz Fest will have the show go on as planned, and now you have a city involved in this.
Yeah.
You have your premier festival involved in this. I mean, you're going to have people out walking around having a good time, and then you have this cloud over it. Is the city underestimating, or the people who run this festival underestimating, what it's going to look like when we are a week away from showtime, 3 days away from showtime, the night of showtime?
That would mean the more the stories come out?
Well, not that there will be more stories coming out, but when people start, because look, Jazz Fest is still a month away. There may be people who are even unaware that Smokey Robinson is playing the Jazz Fest.
Yeah,
when
that's true too.
people start to make that connection.
Do you think the age makes a difference? Because, like, he's an elderly man.
85?
Right.
Does that sound right? Let me look.
Like, if he was a 45-year-old top of his game, right? Would it be worse?
What do you mean by that?
Then now he looks like a frail old man on stage. You know what I mean? Like, people could look like there's no way he could do what they say he did, but look at him.
Okay,
like you're saying, like, does it look worse to the audience or just?
I don't know. I don't know. Like, if he was a younger Smokey at 45 years old, top of his game, compared to now.
Oh, but I could ask you the same question about Cosby, and that had no bearing on whether or not people thought he was guilty of those.
But even people gave Cosby a lot of leash before they started pulling it in because people did not want to believe that story.
Understood. And, I mean, I guess that same argument can be made for Smokey Robinson.
Yeah, but he's an icon.
Doesn't make it the right thing to do.
I understand.
And again, this is not like one of these, like, if you can look past what the allegations are, or you want to go with innocent until proven guilty, or you want to believe that he would never do something like this, you as a consumer can go. The city of Rochester is attached.
Putting their name on it.
Yes, I mean, it says the Rochester International Jazz Festival. When you go down to Jazz Street, there will be pictures of Smokey Robinson hanging off of the light poles, right? As they do with all the headliners down there. I mean, what are you going to – and here's the thing. Let's say the city goes, all right, we're going to try and play it halfway where we're going to have the show but not have the press. Well, that kind of means you're admitting that something is off here.
And at this point, it's already out. You know what I mean? You can't pull back all the press and everything else you put out there.
This also isn't one of the free shows, right?
No, it's ticketed, and it's selling well. I went and looked last night.
It's in the Eastman, right?
Yeah.
Sure. Usually those smaller venue shows sell out.
No, it's the big venue.
Yeah.
It's at Eastman.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I know, but it's smaller compared to, like, the free shows.
Right.
Just go to the big
shows,
stage.
Yeah.
Which I would think maybe because it's a ticketed event and people are choosing whether or not they want to see this person, maybe the city is a little bit more hands-off than if they put that person on display for anybody to see.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Bob writes us on Facebook, kind of going along the lines of that.
Yeah.
Bob says 2 things. One, the city of Rochester may not have a choice. If they have an independent booker, that could be their final choice. Second, even if the city does, if they have a contract that says he is here to play, they may have to pay him if they cancel the show, something they can't afford to do. So let's talk about that.
Okay.
Because all of those things that Bob said is very possible. It's possible that the city, as of now, doesn't have the ability. You could still publicly come out and say, hey, we do not like this.
Yeah.
That being said, let's say there's an amount of money where you would have to pay him to cancel the show, and you are uncomfortable enough with the scenario right here. How much is too much money?
I don't know.
I mean, $10,000 in tax money, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000?
Who knows? But it's also all the – I mean, who do you put in that spot?
I mean,
You can't book anybody this late.
Yeah.
Anybody who's got a name is already out for the summer.
No, you'd have to chalk it up as a
Yeah.
loss.
You take a
overall.
total loss on it.
well, but there have been Jazz Fest headliners that, due to unforeseen circumstances,
Yeah.
2 weeks before, a month before, pull.
Yeah.
You know what I
it's
mean?
rare, but it happens.
But are they on the hook?
No, I get what, and yeah, that would be a difference where Rochester
Right.
wouldn't be having to pay for it. I'm just saying, like, there are literally hundreds of shows. One show wouldn't make or break your Jazz Fest.
No, but I'm thinking too, man. If he comes and goes, it's a short story.
Okay.
And I don't think it hurts the Jazz Fest overall because they've brought in. I mean, not Jazz Fest, but like other shows we brought to town where they thought it was going to be a big to do,
Yeah.
and it was a nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like
So,
people just went, saw it, and they just moved on with their lives.
so kind of along those lines, Rachel writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. If you canceled every show for every band or musician that had allegations or conviction like this, there would be no live music. And I'm the kind of person to argue better safe than sorry not having these shows. It's hard to police this type of stuff when it's been so rampant in the music industry. And I understand that point. You're right.
But it's almost just like the timing of all this.
Yeah.
Literally 2 weeks
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah, and it's still, and the story's still breaking.
Yes, I
Right.
mean, we don't
Oh,
know.
yeah, true. Yeah. You
Tommy's
don't know
right. I mean,
what else is gonna come out?
if we look at
potentially.
other examples of stuff, and we keep using Cosby here, so let's use Cosby again, right? Like,
No, we had Ike Turner here. We had him on the show with his new wife.
but again, it's a different time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that doesn't justify what was okay then and what was okay now. But when it comes to society, I don't know,
Yeah.
man. Like, oh, wait, what about this? Let's say I am someone who was a fan of Smokey Robinson, is a fan of Smokey Robinson. These allegations now make me uncomfortable going to the show, but I've already bought a ticket. Are you going to make those people go to the show? Can you offer a refund policy? Is that your
I don't know what
in between?
What would how could you offer
When
a
did they-
refund over on a guy that hasn't been convicted of anything? You know what I mean?
And when did the tickets go on sale?
I don't know.
'Cause if it was somewhat recently, you could
But
make
it
the
would-
argument you knew.
Tickets went on sale, I think, before the allegations.
But there'll
Did they?
there'll be people in line with Smokey garb on.
No, you're right.
T-shirts, hats, buttons.
No, look,
Like at this show, they'll be standing in line, eager to see the dude.
every celebrity we've ever seen that has gotten either allegations or proof that something. I mean, you remember, God, it was, 10 years ago now. Ray Rice, former Ravens running back. There's that
Yeah.
horrific video of that.
Yeah.
And we played audio of a woman going to a Ravens
Oh, yeah,
preseason
right.
game wearing.
Multiple people.
She watched the video. She was wearing a Ray Rice jersey. The reporter asked her why, and she justified it.
Yeah.
So, and again, these are just allegations,
Yeah.
right? But you're not wrong. Like, even if there was proof positive something happened, there would be people that would be like, well,
Yeah, give me a hell of a jazz fest.
I mean,
Let's bring back Marshall Tucker.
one of the jazziest of the Tuckers. I mean, if you were going to pick one Tucker to do the
You go
jazz.
Marshall Tucker.
All right, let's take a break. There is a man. You want to talk about a guy who won at life and did it the right way.
Who's that?
We're going to tell you about a gentleman who's about to break a record that will never be broken.
Wow.
He is one of the founding guys at this network that is now a household name.
Mm-hmm.
And he's at the point now where he is richer than you could ever want to be.
Yeah.
Right? He gets to do all of the coolest things that he ever wants to do. And he barely works anymore.
Wow.
And now,
Yeah.
he will be the standing lone person that ever has this accomplishment at this major network.
Wow.
And we'll tell you who we're talking about next here in the break room. I'll see you back. when you talk about which celebrities whose life you would want,
Yeah,
people think of like Mick Jagger
Sure.
or like Bill Gates or
Yeah.
something like that, and you're wrong about all of them.
Really?
Because this man, although a household name, has had the sneakiest, greatest life
Really?
of anyone else on the planet.
Damn.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. With the NFL release, schedule release coming out tonight at 8 o'clock, ESPN made a big announcement yesterday.
What happened?
They have agreed to a new contract with ESPN legend Chris Berman.
Wait, he's still there?
Yep. He's been there the whole time.
Yeah, he does like these small segments here and there. Like they're usually like pre-recorded.
Right.
I forget what they call them, but it's like him going through like the games of the week or something.
So it's the fastest 3 minutes in sports. He
That's
still does
what it
that.
is, yeah.
He also still does NFL Primetime on ESPN Plus,
Yeah.
which is the show that he hosted from 1987 to like 2005.
Okay.
That was like must-see TV when I was a kid, NFL Primetime.
But it's kind of like a side thing now. Like he's not in those like prime slots anymore.
He just shows up and does what he wants when he wants.
Yeah.
So the contract that he signed will extend him so he will have 50 years at
Wait.
ESPN.
50 years?
50 years at
Last
ESPN.
job you'll ever have.
Yeah, it's the only job he's ever had.
How old is he?
He is 70 years old,
Right.
I believe. He joined the network a month after it started in September of 1979. He has been there the entire
Yeah, he's a founding
time.
father.
He's one of the original Sports Center anchors,
Right.
and then from that point, he just became, he blew
But then
up.
he created the nickname
Yep,
segment, right? And back.
amongst other things.
Yeah.
I am surprised networks do this just because over time we see these guys age to the point where they really can't do it anymore. And like I think Lee Corso to me has been like the prime example of that lately on
Okay.
College Game Day.
Yeah.
And it's kind of one of those things where you're letting them make the decision, but I would imagine that it puts a lot of pressure on the people that they work with.
Oh no! Look, I understand way more than you
Oh,
ever will.
he's got to be
And
brutal
I-
working with these fossils.
Trying to
just don't-
drag a man who's old and mind doesn't work anymore
Goddamn.
through talking into a microphone,
Goddamn dinosaur.
looking into a camera
Right.
with the same tracksuit color as the chair.
Like, don't you think at some point it almost starts to tarnish their legacy a little bit because
Yeah.
especially like newer people who are just coming in like and discovering this person for the first time, like that's all they're gonna know of that person.
Yeah, look at Lou Holtz and Mike Ditka.
Yeah, look, that is a valid argument.
And I think it just encourages guys to go a little bit too long.
Look, everything you are saying is true, and there is an
and
argument.
and you love them, but it is hard to see when nobody's like, okay, time to call it quits. Go enjoy your life.
All valid points. I think that's what makes this so great to be Chris Berman.
Yeah.
Is because, look, it's easy for us to sit here in our 30s and go, know when to go away. But for Lee Corso, for Chris Berman, for.
I'm more surprised the network gives them the ability to do that.
I
and like I said,
But
encourages
they also got
it.
fans, man.
Yeah.
They draw.
Yeah. I mean, look,
People want to see him.
ESPN also announced yesterday they're bringing back former SportsCenter anchor Rich Eisen to host his show on their streaming platform. A guy who hasn't been there, I think, for like 25 years.
Yeah.
It seems like going back towards older folks. I guess, Kimmy, I don't agree. I don't disagree with anything you're saying. What I look at this story and see is being Chris Berman would be the person you would want to be if you could trade lives with one other person.
Yeah.
He never had to be handsome.
No.
He could eat whatever
He
he
got
wants.
fat.
He was
He's kind of always looked older.
Yep, he was a household name. He has become friends with some of the greatest athletes and musicians that have ever walked this earth, folks that get excited to see him. He's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and he gets to dictate all of the terms of this job.
Yeah, why would you leave?
That made him unbelievably rich.
You're a king.
You get to do what you want when you want. Your job is not that serious. You're a clown for a living, but not enough of a clown where people don't respect you.
Yeah.
Forget Mick Jagger. I want to be Chris Berman.
Yeah, he's. I bet you he can almost get anybody on the phone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Any guy.
Jessica, give you a little pop.
But you're looking at him now while he can still do the job.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I mean, when you're extending it to infinity, like you can work as long as you want.
But you
Like
start
I
getting the
think
shakes.
you're gonna get to the years where it gets uncomfortable.
I don't
that's all
disagree
I'm
with you.
saying.
The only shakes he gets, by the way, are chocolate malted. No, I get
And then
it.
somebody else kind of has to come in and pick up the slack, and they're not leaving or making room for the next person to come in. I just think like at a certain point, you got to like save some of these guys from themselves.
Okay, it is very interesting that you have such an impassioned plea on this specific topic right now for some reason.
Very odd. Very odd.
Get out of the way and let someone else who's younger have the effing job.
Sometimes it's funny because we've seen these
From my
situations where
cold, dead ass. You can have this chair.
I'm not talking about you.
No.
Don't get all sensitive over there.
We could have taken anything you just said, remove the name Chris Berman, and put
No.
in Tommy Muley.
I'm talking about the guys where they are not doing that job on their own anymore, and I realize I'm still talking about And by the way, some of the guys that come in that have been waiting to replace them are also old.
Yeah, no, that's what sucks.
Like sometimes they'll be replaced by like a 60, 70-year-old dude.
But it's because those guys have been waiting in the wings for that job.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's the Doug Emledge effect.
252 WCMF. Chris Berman has signed a new contract with ESPN. The new contract will make him the first and probably, it's got to be the only, person to spend 50 years
that's never going to happen again. I can't imagine.
at ESPN. The other remarkable thing about this, the contract will allow him to participate in ESPN's first ever Super Bowl telecast. They have the Super Bowl in 2027.
Oh, they do?
Yes, I'm assuming it'll be simulcast on ABC.
Right.
Also,
So he'll have a part of that.
So he's going to, he'll be a part of the first ever Super Bowl broadcast on ESPN after starting with the station when it first started in 1979.
God damn.
Man.
How cool.
Like, you couldn't. That job is so cool.
Yeah.
And that life is so cool.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't know it existed, it would be impossible to write it.
Yeah.
I get to eat whatever I want.
Yeah.
I get to be a goofball.
Mm-hmm.
I get to watch sports all the time. Part of my job is hanging out and just being friends with these dudes.
Yeah.
And I get to do it forever and get paid unbelievable amounts of money.
He does seem like he's pretty well liked. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
he doesn't have any scandal, does he?
Yeah.
Does he?
We refer to
was it?
one.
Well, it was a video where he was talking about talking to
No, he
one of
was
his-
talking to her.
Yes, a production assistant.
He was getting a little creepy with the help.
Do we want? Okay, look. To be fair, after what we just talked about with
Like that
Smokey
wine
Robinson,
I got you the other night? You get a little tingle or something in there?
do you want to Google if there's any scandals with Chris Berman? Let's just to be fair.
Yeah.
It would be unfair for us to be like.
He got busted on a hot mic a couple of times.
Yes, but it wasn't anything.
He was talking about how he likes the Canadian Tylenol.
Yes.
Because it has the pop in it.
Codeine.
Yeah.
Got a little pop, which by the way doesn't have that anymore.
Yeah.
They took that out of the Canadian Tylenol.
Because of Chris Berman.
Thanks a lot, Chris Berman.
So nothing big time.
Oh, let's not speak before.
Oh, you would know. You
I
follow
don't
this
know,
stuff.
man. Like you said, like if it happened 20 years ago, it was a different time.
All right.
What do we got?
So he allegedly left a threatening and racially disparaging voicemail for Jamel Hill, who just got hired back at ESPN.
Damn it! Come on, Chris Berman.
When was that?
That was a lawsuit. There was a lawsuit.
Ah, for God's sakes!
In early 2016.
Damn it, Chris Berman.
Oh, is that time he went on the road with Smokey Robinson?
Okay. There were claims.
Which is a weird mix, you know.
Claims of
Smokey
comments he allegedly made in the makeup room and text messages going back a few years.
Chris Berman, what are you
It was
doing?
ESPN settled a sexual harassment claim.
God damn it, Chris Berman. Okay, I take back everything I said. Everything I said. Probably should have Googled that before we had the discussion.
Yep. Those seem to be the two main things that pop up first.
Jessica.
All right. Well,
That's the worst thing I've done, Jessica.
and I can't even be like, I'd rather be Mick Jagger because we're not even going to get into Google and all that stuff. I just want to be me. How about that?
There you go.
Be proud to be you.
That's it.
Let's take a break. You know, part of the ethical line that you have, it's instilled in you by your parents.
Oh, sure.
Right? And then one day you grow up and you become parents yourselves and you decide how you're going to raise your own kid. And we have an interesting study in front of us.
What's that?
Because I think everyone assumed that you took the way your parents raised you, you took little parts of it that you enjoyed, but most of you were going to do new.
Yeah.
But apparently that is not the case.
How do they know that?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Your parents
Yeah.
taught you how to be a parent.
Oh.
Doesn't mean you took everything they did and did it the exact same way. Your experience being raised by them
Yeah.
taught you how to
Okay.
make parenting your own.
So it kind of shapes you.
Yeah.
A little bit.
And again, most of the time as generations move forward, parenting changes. At least that's what we thought.
Okay.
Because there is a larger than you'd expect group of Americans that it seems have decided the way mom and dad did it, just fine by me.
Oh, really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. First off, we implore you, if you have not yet, log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. Our live stream is up. It is rolling. Watch Tommy's floating head as his tracksuit is the same color of his new chair.
Yeah, kind of sink into it.
No, it's looking at the chair. Check it out. Check a man talk cool like this. Watch him do that. The Break Room on the Break Room WCMF, excuse me. The Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. And again, we appreciate you watching, liking, subscribing, because as corporate tells us,
What do they say?
when we see that people watch and like and subscribe to your YouTube channel, lets us know you got a quality program. Quality program you guys are doing down there.
So our bosses had strokes?
Rochester, yeah, that's how old they are.
Yeah.
Kimmy wants them out of the way. Let me be the CEO now. 3 in 5 parents say they parent differently than their parents did.
Okay.
Now, this is American parents, and the survey talked to parents of younger kids ages 0 to 6.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about what the study said more in depth in a second. But the first thing that jumps out at you with that number, 3 in 5 parents say they parent differently than their parents did. That means 40% of parents today are parenting their kids the exact same way
Okay.
their parents parented.
Yeah, that doesn't
The
seem right.
exact
to me.
same way.
Yeah, I always thought all kids thought their parents did it the wrong way and we're going to do it
Yeah.
different.
And
Okay.
I think like there are things you probably pick up from your parents and things that you can recognize like that, or that's the way you feel like you were raised, so you'd want your kid to be raised in a similar way. But I wouldn't think it would be like the exact formula.
The question was, do you parent differently than your parents did? 60% of people said yes. 40% of people said no. So 40% of people, based on this here,
Stuck with the
Is
plan,
that
the
because-
family plan.
But
Yeah.
that would mean like you think you turned out so great
yeah.
that
And you didn't.
I don't
Oh
know.
my God.
Well, no, not that you did, not that you're
You
a
didn't.
bad person, but I would think like you see some flaws in
Right.
yourself that a lot of people will blame on the way they were raised or things that their parents did or didn't do.
Yeah, if you want to make excuses as to why you're a bum,
I'm surprised that there are that many people that feel that way.
I'm with you. All right, so the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There are 2 groups of people that would show up in the my parents raised me and I'm going to continue raising my kids.
Yeah, I was raised right.
You got it. So, Tommy, as much as you want to argue with me, and I know you're going to want to argue with me, there are people who had parents who did it right.
I'm assuming, but even they probably
See?
looked at it differently.
No. There are people who had parents that supported them, loved them the right way, knew when to punish, knew when to praise. Good parents.
So
Good,
they nailed it.
yes, good parents did exist.
Mm-hmm.
And if you were raised by those parents, yeah, you would want to continue that on your own kids.
But we didn't have 40% of them.
I agree with you there. So that leads us to the second group of people.
Mm-hmm.
There are the folks whose parents were just regular parents from an older generation.
All right.
And look, those parents did the best they could inside the social structure of the time,
All right.
but times change.
Mm-hmm.
Yet those people don't think that parenting should change.
Oh.
And they're raising their kids in 2025 like it's the 80s, the 90s,
All right.
the early 2000s.
All right.
Is that a bad decision?
Yeah.
Why?
You got to change with the times. You have to like
Safety-wise,
evolve.
right?
What's
Like
that?
just safety wise, like
Safety
for your kids'
and
own.
What's
own good.
legal
Yeah.
now compared to what was legal as far as disciplining and treating your kids
Okay.
is changed.
Well,
I mean,
there are parents that'll argue what happens in my house is going to stay in my house.
those parents
Hey,
are in
get
jail.
your hands off my junk car. I'm sorry.
No, that parent's in jail, man.
Okay.
I mean, there's no way you could do it that way.
There are 40% of people that say they still do.
And there are aspects of your kid's life that you didn't have, simply just didn't have, so you would have to formulate your own plan for that, like social media and
Okay.
stuff like that.
No, I get you, but I mean, it could be this is how my parents would have handled it, or my kids
Okay.
don't have social media at all because I didn't have social media, and social media is the devil and the bane of these children's existence, which, by the way, I would listen to that argument.
I mean, I look at my grandkids, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I do not want to be my father, but how he treated his grandkids.
Okay.
At all. So I go in the exact opposite. And I'm no genius, man. but I don't want to be that guy.
Okay.
At all. You know what I mean?
No, I get it. And I think that's very open-minded of you.
Yeah.
Right? No, you
It
don't-
also keeps me out of trouble.
No,
Because
okay.
if I went in Mike Muley style, what?
You're saying it the wrong way.
What?
Because you made it sound like you want to do it the way
No.
your dad did it, but I don't want to get in trouble.
No,
Look,
no,
I
no.
love to crack a kid's ass, but you can't do that
No,
these days.
no.
Thanks a lot, Carter.
But you couldn't.
Yeah.
It's just a smarter way to be.
Okay. 252 WCMF 2529260. You were going to say something before I get into details here?
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, I almost think this is impossible because if you're a two-parent household, chances are you and your significant other have been raised slightly differently.
That's a good point.
So if you're going to go by, like, I'm going to raise my kids exactly how my parents raised me, like, who gets say? in that?
Father knows best. That's who gets say.
Nah, that show would never air today.
Look, I'm going to go out on a limb here.
Yeah.
And if I'm wrong, let me know.
All right.
Everybody. I would assume that folks that believe their parents did it right and they're doing it the same way with their kids are very traditional people. Therefore, the traditional things that we see, religion, father knows best,
Right.
buck stops here, that would also be involved in the parenting that way.
Would
I
have to be.
disagree. I think it's whatever grandparents your kids spend more time with, whether that's on dad's side or mom's side. That's who's going to win out with the parenting
The grandparents?
ideas.
Okay. Like you're going to take advice from those people?
Well, if your kids are spending more time with your wife's parents, I would think your wife you're probably going by more of how they raised your wife more than how you were raised.
Okay, but let me throw this back at you. There are communities where people are raised, lived, and die in these communities. Smaller places, right?
Yeah.
And it's more common than you think.
Yeah.
And a lot of those communities have the same ideas, standards, Is it out of the question that two people were raised very similarly coming from places
You
like
could
that?
have, but even those communities have changed.
Maybe.
You know what I mean?
Some have, some haven't. And some people in those communities have changed. Some people haven't.
All right. You're talking about an Ohio kid.
Well, I mean, you can say Ohio. I'll give you 10 towns in the greater Rochester area that could qualify as
all
that,
right.
right?
I don't even know, like, the guys I know that are your age that are raising kids are raising them more your style than the old school.
Oh, no, I know guys that still raise their kids old school.
Really?
Or at least
your
think they
age.
are.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, there's little tweaks here and there, but they believe what their fathers instilled in them was what they need to instill in their sons and daughters.
They say that. And we always get guys that come in and they're tough love, but my kid doesn't do those things, so I don't have to worry about it. Like they have an idea like they're a tough parent, or like I'm going to do what my father did to me when I got out of line or whatever. But when you ask them, well, have you ever done that to your kid? They'll be like, oh, no, my kid's great. They never.
So kind of dance around it.
Yeah.
But I
I think there are a lot of people that tell people that's how they raise their kids, but when push comes to shove, I don't know if that's what they're actually implementing inside their home.
Yeah, nobody wants to admit they're a candy ass.
The fact that you use the word candy ass lets me know that you think your dad did somewhat okay.
No, I'm a candy ass.
Who uses candy ass? What are you, the
Candy
Rock?
asses. Candy
you
ass.
smell what Tommy's cooking. All right, so with the knowledge now in this study that 3 in 5 parents say they parent their kids differently than their parents parented them, which, 3 in 5 is one thing, but that means 40% of people are, at least as far as they're concerned, parenting their kids the same way their parents parented them. They break it down further. Between generations, what parents focused on the most. For example, the studies showed that our parents were more likely to focus in order on academics than physical activity, than communication skills. That's what mattered the most.
That was the old way of thinking.
Yes, our parents. The studies showed that today's parents focus on, in order, good communication with their kids, then education, then physical activity.
So they're putting mental health first.
Yes, and going down that line after that, mental health in general became a huge concern for parents today, whereas it was almost a non-issue for our parents.
Just suck it up and get through it.
Yeah.
And they break it down in ways like confidence and emotional regulation.
Yeah.
But I think kids are also exposed to a lot more than we were as kids, just in general.
And in the defense of our parents, nobody was really talking about the mental health of kids in the 80s and 90s,
Right.
early 2000s.
Right.
So it may not even be something they knew they had to be aware of.
Yeah.
The majority of people today say that mental health was not a concern for their parents while raising them. Not that surprising,
No.
right?
Yeah.
But the funny thing about all of this information, right, and the way that we raise our kids, if we're being fair to everyone, no one is going to know which way is actually the best way to parent until it's too late.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
It'll start cropping up, and then
Like-
then you're behind the 8 ball.
And you don't really see the adult you've truly produced until that person hits like 30, 35 years old.
Well, some parents do, some parents don't.
What do you mean by
Some
that?
parents, they just keep pushing, well, he's young.
Okay.
Well, he's a boy. Well, you know what I mean? Like
30 to 35.
Well, it started, but the flags were there when they were like 10 and 12 and 14.
Okay.
That they're just going, boys will be boys and this and that. And next thing you know, it's the cops are calling your house at midnight.
All right, but here's the thing about the flags, right?
Yeah.
You're right. There are things you could see in a 10, 12, 15, 20-year-old
Yes,
where
then you just write it off.
well, but then down the road, something that what he turns into, and you go, oh, yeah, that made sense the whole time. There are also kids who have, quote, flags at 10, 15, 25 that end up being completely
Very
well-adjusted
well-adjusted
normal
people.
people.
Right, but they don't do anything about it. That's my point. Like
Okay.
they just keep pushing it off. So like the other thing you used to hear about with girls back in the day, well, she's just boy crazy right now. Just going boy crazy. I had one of them nieces that was boy crazy.
Okay, he just wanted to get to a point.
I know he did.
No, but they didn't do anything about it.
How do you do something
I know.
about that?
What
You didn't do anything.
You lock her in a tower?
Well, you know what towers cost?
Mulunzel, let down
Do you know
your
what the
hair.
taxes are? Property taxes on the
Oh,
tower?
you didn't tell me about the taxes.
Yes. And next thing you know, you got a problem on
Wait,
your
wait. Let's back up the truck
Right.
here, because you are sitting here and you're waxing philosophical. And you're saying all the
Well,
right
no, I
things.
saw a lot of bad parenting.
Understood. But you're saying all the right things about changing and adjusting and mental health and kids these days. You are now a father, and you've got a 14-year-old daughter who is, quote, boy crazy. What does Papa Muley do about it?
I think you got to sit down and have a talk with her.
Okay, what's the talk?
Here comes your mother. I would let my wife deal with it.
No, you are the
Well, what's the
male
advice?
role model in her life.
Yes.
Yeah, you and your wife. Let's say your wife's going to deliver the message, but you two would have a discussion about it.
Do not bring home anything or anybody that looks like me.
I mean, that's an easy
Is that
one.
clear?
Yeah. You know, it's funny, too, because I know there are a lot of fathers, and even I'm with you, like when it comes to like boy stuff and like,
Yeah.
women
Yeah.
things, I don't want to have that conversation. But my wife said to me a couple years ago, and this stuck with me, she goes, you are the model of what men are to your daughter.
Yeah.
Right?
Mhm.
And that's way more responsibility
It's
than
a
I
lot of
signed
weight
up
on
for.
your shoulders.
Yeah, if I had known that,
That's a
I
heavy
just,
lift.
I mean, like,
Yeah.
so like every time I do something that my wife believes is not great with
Yeah.
the kids, the first thing is like, that's how she sees men. And I'm
Oh,
like, please don't
it's
tell
gonna-
me that.
Well, it'll be interesting
Gonna
to
come
see
back
like
around again.
it would be interesting to see what kind of men that your daughters fall in love with.
What do you mean by that?
Well, they show a version of you
Okay.
at that age.
Kimmy couldn't even hold in a
I
laughter
didn't know
before
where
your
this was
sentence
going,
finished.
but
What
I
do-
think
what-
you saved it.
Well, what do you? No, we'll find. Well, like, what do you anticipate my daughters coming home with?
No, I don't know. But like, what if they come up with somebody that has your personality back at that age?
What?
Yeah.
Well, they didn't know me back then, though. They only know my sparkly personality from now.
Yeah, but you run your mouth a lot.
I do.
And I know, and I
Be
should say,
like
man,
looking
they,
in a mirror.
let's say they bring home a girl,
Uh-huh.
but it's still you.
Wait,
Duffy
It's
girl.
a female version of you at 17.
wait. So she's super cool and super funny.
She's loud.
She's a pie eating champion.
Don't say that.
Pie. That was my thing in high school. I won the pie
Yeah,
eating
okay.
contest. Shut up, idiot.
Turn it into me now.
By the way, if she's a pie eating,
Hey, you like pie, huh?
none of my business. Good for you, sweetheart. Damn it.
Got really weird.
I've been canceled. 252 WCMF. All right, folks, we're waiting on hold. We're rambling here, talking about raising your kids the way your parents raise you, where apparently 40% of Americans are still doing that. Hey, Jeremy, what's up, buddy?
Mulunzel.
Thank you. I'm glad somebody caught that.
Let down your trends hair. Did you read who the study group is here?
Was it parents 0 to 6? That's what I saw.
0 to 6.
Yes.
Talk to me 10 years later. Everything goes out the window, man. I am surprised that I wish they would have asked parents of teenagers or parents of young adults, because I guarantee, because of societal pressures and the way the economy is, we're paying more for our kids. We're helping them more, which just wipes out anything that you ever thought about how your parents raised you. That's completely different just one topic. Doesn't matter how you feel about anything else.
That's a great point.
Just being involved more overall, you're saying?
Well, financially,
Yeah.
period. I mean,
financially, you have to.
Yeah.
But going back past that, and I agree with everything you're saying here. Let's go back to 0 to 6, because Jeremy, I think you can make an argument. The way you raise your kids from 0 to 6 is a pretty firm base on the personality that your child will have. Knowing how you turned out as a human being, do you think that your parents did a good enough job where you would follow the same script your parents did?
If you go just from 0 to 6?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
So there you go. There's one. He's part of the 40%.
All right, Mr. Darkness.
I mean, I do. I do things different. Yeah.
Yeah, you're fine, man.
Shut up, trends. I got nothing.
Great call, Jeremy. No, I think he does put important context in here,
Right.
because like we said up front, these were parents of kids 0 to 6. So maybe we all have a tendency to think back to our childhoods and remember nothing but the best of our parents. Like if you're 4 or 5 and you remember horrific stuff that your parents did.
Well, yeah, that really stuck out.
So maybe the idea of our parents raising us at that age
All right.
isn't.
Your world was so small.
Yeah, and it's, your parents were your hero at that age. My mom and dad were the greatest people in the world.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? My dad was a police officer with Bill season tickets. Doesn't get better than that. But going back to the idea of we're never really going to know until it's too late which is a better way to raise kids. So the way our parents did it or the way that, folks are changing now.
Trying to get ahead of it.
There can be an age at 30 to 45 years old. Like, you said you're not going to know till you're 30, 35, your kid. That's also the age where that person you raise may finally have the balls and life experience to sit down and talk to you as a parent about where you went wrong in raising them.
Oh, so like parenting review?
Well, it happens, Kimmy.
Yeah, I mean,
Usually
there
happens in
could also
court.
be like certain situations that come up when you get older and you're around your parents where you feel the need to like point it out or especially if you have your own kids and maybe a parent does something and you're like, yeah, we're not going to do that anymore. I would imagine it happens all the time, like reflecting back if you see your parents interacting with your children.
But here's the thing, and I've noticed this in my parents, and you saw this too.
What's that?
The way that your parents interact with your kids is 180 degrees.
Oh, you're probably right.
From the way they interacted
Different.
with you.
But every now and then something might come up or your parent might phrase something a certain way that you as a parent have learned maybe that's not the best way to put it.
I've never seen it. Well, okay, yeah, like old school things that fall out of people's mouths. But like, I'll give you an example. Like my old man, we talk all the time on the show about like my dad was a very selfish person with everything when I was a kid. He would buy Andy's candies, bunnies, eat them in front of us and not let us have any. When he found out we were drinking his 2 liters of Diet Coke, he salted one of them so we'd throw up soda all over the place. My dad only shows up at my house now with my girls with stuff to make ice cream sundaes.
Yeah.
Where he would have done that when I was 12 and then made me watch him make his own ice cream sundae, put the rest of the ice cream uneaten back in the freezer and said, if you touch it, I'm going to beat your
So now
ass.
he's repenting.
I don't know if he's
making
it's
up for it.
grandparent repenting because you realize you don't want to make the same mistake with these youngins.
I don't know if he's that self-aware. I think
Sounds like he is.
I
Well,
know.
but you also get to be the fun.
He's having
fun
ice cream
person.
redemption.
Ice
It
cream
helps
He
a
can
lot
have
with
all
old
the ice
folk.
cream redemption he wants, but he doesn't have to deal with the tummy aches
Right.
afterwards because he gets to go home.
He's a big shot.
You've seen Ryan. You think he was concerned about tummy aches?
No, I'm talking about your kids.
I understand. I'm saying even back in the
There was
day.
a lot of tummies in that house, and
All
there's
right.
only 2-3 people.
2-3 people. Let's take a break. We've been talking a lot about, legends of their genres.
Yeah.
Smokey Robinson in not a great way. Chris Berman in a started great way, then probably not a great way. And we're going to stay away from all of that whole thing with this next group because, look, they're a top 5 rock and roll band in the history of rock and roll.
Oh, okay.
And we play them all the time on this show. And if you want to see them live, this is your last chance.
This is it.
And I know we always say that.
Well, we were coming, but we had to be coming to the end of the line here, bro.
They're
peeling off.
Biology,
Yeah.
they dictate this the last ever show. And there are actually 3 ways close to us where you could go see
Oh,
them
really?
if you got the scratch, son. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. in the classic rock world,
Yeah.
the idea of a farewell tour has almost become a punchline.
Oh, yeah.
Because the Stones have been on like 15 farewell tours. We're still not sure that Kiss is totally done, even though they've gone on 5 farewell tours. Motley Crue, 2 summers ago, went on a farewell tour, and then the next summer went on tour.
Yeah.
But just based on pure biology,
Okay.
this band has to be on their farewell tour.
We pulled it into the station.
Yeah, and I don't even want to try and imagine what a ticket to this show is going to cost.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF this summer. It is your last chance to see The Who. But who are you? You got to do the other part. I really want to know. All right, so quick sidebar. The reason I'm having you do that, Kimmy and I figured out when we post this on the podcast, or for the folks that are currently listening on our live stream, watching our live stream, they can't hear the music.
Yeah, you're not getting this little bit.
We don't have the rights to play the music.
All right.
So they just hear silence.
Us doing that.
Yeah, so we have to now sing the songs. You nailed it. That was a great job. The Who announced the Song Is Over North American Farewell Tour dates earlier this week. So it'll be Daltrey and Townsend reuniting starting August 20th. Or it doesn't start August 20th. I'm sorry. The closest shows to us.
Yeah.
That will be in Toronto. That is September 2nd and September 4th. There are 2 other shows in New York. Well, August 28th at the Jones Beach Theater on Long Island, and August Theater
nice. On the beach.
August 30th at Madison Square Garden.
All right.
So
they got 2 New York dates.
2 New York gigs, 2 shows in Toronto.
Okay.
So if you want to see The Who,
well, it's doable.
And yeah, tickets go on sale on Friday at 10 a.m. through Ticketmaster. Pre-sale.
Bend over.
Through the Who fan club and the Citi credit card company, Citibank, which also makes me laugh. Yeah, with The Who, man. Get a Citibank card so you can get early access to tickets.
And points.
I'm trying to think what a get-in-the-door ticket's going to be for a Who farewell tour.
What kind of venues do you think?
Well, Jones Beach is just
That's a theater, but they're also playing the Garden.
Right.
And I don't know what the venue is for Toronto yet.
Huh.
I haven't seen it.
You don't think it's the Rogers Center?
It probably is the Rogers Center. Here, I'll get it right now as you guys are talking.
So it's got a minimum of $300.
Yeah, I mean,
for a
I don't
crap
think
seat.
I don't think at this point to any like bigger show you're paying if you want like an okay seat. I think you're going to be paying like a minimum of $200.
Okay, that's actually cheaper than I thought it was going to be to see the Who on their final ever tour. You think Daltrey still got it?
No, none of them can still have it. They're 80.
He takes care of himself really well.
I don't care. He's still 80. By the way, he looks like an English grandmother.
Okay, look again. Glass houses, stones, etc. You look like the Queen on a jog.
Well, she's moving. Queen could haul ass,
she's
man.
Dead, man. She died. I don't know
Do you know she was actually a very good track star?
Shut up. Really, the Queen ran track.
In high school, she did, yeah.
She
also drove a truck.
Okay.
Yes.
They did film. They filmed her during World War II driving a truck. So we'd be like, wow, the Queen's pitching in too. You're an idiot. And she went home and she put on her ruby shoes and drank her gin and tonic and ate her Fig Newtons or whatever it is the hell English people eat. Toronto, by the way, not the Rogers Center. They're playing the Budweiser stage, which is
outside. These are all outside venues.
So except for the Garden, but the one in Toronto, I mean, it's an outside venue on the water. It's
that's the one right out front.
Yeah, it's a really great looking venue. That would be a great place to see them.
But I'm guessing if it's a semi-smaller venue.
Yeah, it looks
so
like
those
it.
I think it's
that
old soccer stadium.
But those tickets are going to be
Baseball.
expensive.
Yeah. Was it baseball?
Wasn't that where the Blue Jays played?
Yes, you're right. Yeah.
Wasn't it? It doesn't matter. Now we're getting deep in the weeds here. Yeah, I don't know how many it seats. Nope, I'm sorry, 16,000. So it's actually bigger than you
Ooh.
thought.
Okay.
That's going to be even more expensive, though.
What does a Garden sit? 25? 20, 25?
No, probably less because you got to put the stage in.
Yeah, but you also have floor.
Yeah, but the behind, you like sitting behind.
I don't know. Now we're arguing.
Come check out our ball spots.
Yeah, they could.
This is dedicated to the Queen quarter track star. She be in a day.
And the Who's not.
She drove truck.
The Who's not going to play in the round because they probably are at the age where they got those like crystal problems in their ears. So like if they turn around, like Daltrey's just going down.
So I thought Pete Townsend is like legally deaf.
I thought he was too. But I would like. I'm not going to sound. I don't want to sound like a dick. At that age, he's played that music for so much. He probably can do it.
Oh
deaf,
yeah,
right.
absolutely.
I mean,
yeah.
Mozart figured it out.
Yeah, I think he goes by vibration. He does.
Yeah.
That's how he knows how to stay.
Does he go
yeah.
by vibration? Is
Yeah.
that what he does? Yeah. 252 WCMF.
Beach Boys wrote a tune about it.
How'd that go?
Pete's got good vibrations.
Why are the Beach Boys British?
They're covering the Who's covering
So
the Beach Boys.
the Who's were okay. Gotcha.
By the way, they should be done too.
Who, the Beach Boys?
Yes.
There's 2 separate Beach Boys touring right now.
Yeah,
the
whole-
Mike Love version and whoever's left.
But they're all ancient.
Yeah, but I mean, hell, man, you put on a Tommy Bahama shirt, you play the bass for a little while, you get paid $50,000, you get to go home. 252 WCMF 252-9263. The Who announced their farewell tour. Let's talk to Tom. Hey, Tom, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What up?
I was at the Who's first farewell tour, which I believe was in '81 in Buffalo. And I swear to God, we were young then and we thought they were old.
I mean, it is funny, right? Like, as you get older, the perspective on what old is,
Yeah.
because I'm with you, man. Like, they were making their heyday was late 60s, early 70s, right?
Yep.
So, at that point, they would have been, let me look at it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think they were like in their 40s, hitting the 40s, and we were like, oh, old men. Yeah, we were, but it was Who. And $15.
Man, thanks a lot, Ticketmaster.
The old Silver Stadium.
Tom, thanks for the
That's
call,
right.
buddy.
No, actually, it was Buffalo. It was
The old Buffalo Stadium. Who do you have cares? Shut up.
Tom,
same piece of crap that's still there. What are you talking about?
Tom, thanks for the call. See what you did?
Yeah.
We were done.
Yeah, I know.
No, actually, it was
Well,
Buffalo.
actually.
And he even said Buffalo in the beginning,
I know.
stupid.
I didn't hear that part.
Okay. So it's hard for me to have context like you do with the Who because you were around during their heyday, and you were even young.
So they had hits before I hit high school.
Okay. So, like, when I'm trying to put myself in your chair, I use U2 because U2 was big when I was a baby.
Yeah.
Right? They had their hits in the 90s. Then they had that massive resurgence in, like, 02, 03 when I was in high school where U2 was the biggest band on the planet.
Then they forced one of their tunes on your phone.
Got paid, like, $100 million for that, by the way. I get the deal. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, if all of a sudden U2 were to go on tour and have a hit again, it would be extraordinary.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
unprecedented.
Yeah.
Right? So I guess, like, to us, Kimmy, our generation, this would be the Who going back on tour. Or, I'm sorry, U2
U2.
going back on tour 30 years from now.
Sure.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
that's right.
Like, I mean,
Yeah.
like the
Like
image.
they're still around.
Yeah. Like the Edge and Bono, like on stage now, I think to myself, like, I don't know, I'm not.
They're in their 60s, right?
Yeah, because Daltrey and Townsend got to be in their 80s.
Oh, yeah, deep.
I heard on one show, he looks like an English grandmother.
They do. So does Zeppelin.
Who else is on stage with them?
So who's left of the band?
Is it just them?
Well, it could be them and just session guys behind them.
Yeah. I mean,
probably.
but that's who you're. I mean,
Yeah.
who you're paying for, right? Keith Moon's not.
Well, yeah, you just want the guys, the headliners.
Well, but you could argue Keith Moon was the most headlining of drummers in the history of rock and roll. Granted, it's been a long time since he
Yeah.
played with him.
Yeah,
Keith Moon's kid plays the drums, right?
they usually do. It's like one of those things like plumbers or drummer. If you're a famous drummer, your kid gets to drum. And if you're a plumber, your kid's a plumber. Drummers are very Italian when it comes to stuff like that.
Wait a minute.
What?
Didn't we have a story like 2 weeks ago that the Who fired Keith Moon's son as their drummer?
No, they fired Ringo Starr's son.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yes.
For overplaying.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Oh, I love how you remember that because you hate Ringo Starr.
No, I have a very good memory.
So much.
Of old Englishmen that I hate. I hate all short Englishmen.
Which is weird because you
Except
dress.
for Churchill. He was one of the good ones.
You dress like a short Englishman.
Yeah.
So again, if you want to try and get tickets to these Who dates, the ones for New York, it looks like I think the whole tour, go on sale on Friday. Ticketmaster.com, 10 a.m. So
Damn.
good luck.
Fun
Godspeed.
summer.
Maybe. If
Go
you
see the aged.
The youngest man in radio comes back, wraps it up with us next here in the break room. Let's CMF. It's going to be Rapper Roop.
Howdy, old Rapper.
For a Wednesday Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means.
We gonna bitch it out tracksuit style. Tracksuit style.
Tracksuit style.
Tracksuit style.
Bitch it out to cabotage.
That's a hard one to say.
Tracksuit style.
So we're getting
Oh,
back.
yeah, I set you up so easy.
So you did what? Well,
So back to back tracksuits, because I would consider this also a tracksuit.
Well, I'm dressed like this today because I got things to do.
I didn't ask. I just.
no, he wanted us to ask, and we did earlier. What are you doing today?
It's a big day. It is senior day at the Garden Factory.
Who are you, man?
I am a senior in a tracksuit.
Ready to do some movements.
Going to
in
get
his
some
stretchy
ferns.
pants.
Like, as soon as we get off the air, because we had to cut our off-mic conversation short, I am about to tell Kimmy a story of one of the funniest nights we ever had together in a bar, bouncing around with a couple of people that Kimmy's kind of familiar with, and that will make you sound cool. And today, you're in a monochrome gray tracksuit to go to senior day at the Garden Factory.
But it's going to happen to all of us, Pat.
I will never be spotted dead.
I'm going to be cool, man, when I'm 66.
Bought a boat. It's called I'm Going to Live Forever. All right, Jolene's on her way in.
Jolene, see you at the Garden Factory.
No, your mouth is done. 10 out of 10.
I heard it last night.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Where's that?
No, I've been flossing too hard before I went to your mama's house.
Jolene's 10 out of 10. Coming up just a second here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy,
yeah,
who in a not-so-veiled way is telling Tommy to get the F out of the way.
I did not say that. I was not referring to Tommy, but the
No.
more I talked it out in my head, I think I was kind of talking about Tommy. it was therapeutic for me.
For Tommy Muley,
Yeah.
who you can see in his unscheduled appearance at Senior Day at the Garden Factory today. My name's Pat Tommy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.